Chapter 597. Xiao Lingyu endured the pain and smashed his arms downwards. Before his opponent's feet could touch his chest, his elbows smashed into his opponent's calves. Although he managed to block his opponent's kick, Xiao Lingyu's body involuntarily flew far away. Jiang Lanyue's cousin did not chase after him again because his attack this time was over. Moreover, he wanted to stop and humiliate Xiao Lingyu. "I thought you were so powerful. I only used one move of my Rising Dragon Spear technique, and you already can't take it. You should know that this move is the most ordinary one. There are many more powerful moves after this. However, ordinary moves are enough to deal with you. It's a waste to use a powerful move. You were an ant when you were still immortal. Even if you've cultivated successfully now, you're still an ant in front of me. An ant is destined to be an ant. It won't change just because you've obtained some opportunities. If Cousin Lanyu knows that you're still so weak after receiving so much help from her, she'll definitely be very disappointed." Jiang Lanyue's cousin mocked proudly. Through the attack, just now, he could already confirm that the person in front of him was definitely no match for him. Xiao Lingyu did not care about his opponent's mockery. However, he also realized that if he did not use his divine weapon, he would not be able to defeat Jiang Lanyue's cousin. After all, his opponent had cultivated for many years and was an elite expert from a large family. Not only were his spells powerful, but his treasures were also not bad. Most importantly, even if his opponent was not a late-stage divine king, his cultivation must be very stable at the mid-stage. At this juncture, Xiao Lingyu did not hesitate. If he did not use his divine weapon this time, he would not even have a chance to escape. If he lost his life, wouldn't it be ridiculous to worry about his treasures getting into trouble? Therefore, Xiao Lingyu silently took out the yin-yang mirror. As he poured his power into it, he said, "I hope you can still laugh later. Stubborn. Don't think that you can save your life just because you have a supreme divine weapon. I don't have much time to waste with you. This move will take your life." Jiang Lanyue's cousin didn't regard the yin-yang mirror as a divine weapon because it didn't give off a strong aura. After saying a few words, he confidently shook the silver spear and threw it into the air. Surprisingly, when the spear soared into the air, it suddenly transformed into a silver dragon. The silver dragon soared into the air and coiled its body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it let out a series of dragon roars. What was even more surprising was that after the silver dragon circled in the air for a while, it suddenly split into 8 dragons and charged towards Xiao Lingyu. At this moment, the mirror suddenly shuddered, and 4 monsters with the presences of late god kings appeared. They surrounded Xiao Lingyu, and when the 8 silver dragons landed, the domain of 4 symbols had already been formed. When the 8 silver dragons were about 300 meters away from Xiao Lingyu, their originally swift and ferocious bodies slowed down significantly. However, they still resisted the suppression of the domain of 4 symbols and pounced over at a slightly slower speed. With their speed reduced and their aura restricted, the 8 silver dragons were all defeated by the 4 monsters in the span of 2 breaths. They scattered into streaks of silver light that filled the sky and quickly gathered together to form the silver spear again. However, Xiao Lingyu didn't intentionally stop to mock his opponent. He took advantage of the moment when the silver spear's luster dimmed and its aura dissipated to have the 4 monsters charge towards Jiang Lanyue's cousin. The 4 shadowy monsters were extremely fast, even faster than Jiang Lanyue's cousin. In just a flash, they had already surrounded Jiang Lanyue from all 4 sides. Although the 4 monsters were powerful, Xiao Lingyu had poured 60% of his power into the mirror of yin-yang in order to get them out. His strength and condition had clearly decreased by a lot. If the 4 monsters couldn't do anything to him, he would have no choice but to flee. The 4 monsters weren't any weaker than Jiang Lanyue's cousin. Although they couldn't use magic treasures, they weren't afraid of any attacks. Furthermore, they could combine to form the domain of 4 symbols. Even if they couldn't kill or injure Jiang Lanyue's cousin, it shouldn't be a problem for them to restrain him. Sensing the power of the domain of 4 symbols and the presences of the 4 monsters, Jiang Lanyue's cousin finally showed a serious expression. The contempt he had for Xiao Lingyu completely disappeared. The two monarchs who had been following Jiang Lanyue's cousin wanted to help, but they knew very well that they wouldn't be of much help. A battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. Even if they braced themselves and went over, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Seeing that Jiang Lanyue's cousin was in a bad situation, one of the two monarchs took out a communication pearl and sent out a request for help. Xiao Lingyu also saw the monarchs sending out the message. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer because he couldn't be sure if there were other god kings nearby. Therefore, he ordered the four monsters to attack. Jiang Lanyue's cousin also released his own domain. Unfortunately, his domain was completely suppressed by the domain of four symbols and couldn't help him much. Facing the attacks of the four monsters, he finally used another supreme-grade divine artifact. A magic treasure that looked like it was formed from dozens of bamboo slips rapidly expanded around Jiang Lanyue's cousin and surrounded him. The attacks of the four monsters could only land on the bamboo slips and couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Lanyue's cousin. Jiang Lanyue's cousin naturally wouldn't let the four monsters attack him while he was only defending. He shouted loudly and sent set after set of seals into the silver spear not far away. Under the control of the seals, the silver spear flashed with silver brilliance again and whistled toward Xiao Lingyu. Although it wasn't in Jiang Lanyue's cousin's hands, the supreme-grade divine artifact power didn't decrease at all. Moreover, it was very agile and could also use the spear technique to attack. Xiao Lingyu found it difficult to block the Rising Dragon Spear technique's attack when he was in peak condition. Now that he had less than 40% of his power left, it was naturally even more difficult for him to fight it head-on. He had already exposed the yin-yang mirror. If he also exposed the tubular sacred artifact or the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron, it would be too risky. Moreover, the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron and the tubular sacred artifact weren't offensive types. Even if he used them, they could only help Xiao Lingyu protect himself. They couldn't kill his opponent. After thinking about it, Xiao Lingyu saw that the four monsters couldn't break through the defense of the bamboo slips for a while. In addition, he was worried that experts would come to support him. In the end, he decided that it was best for him to retreat as soon as possible. With the four monsters restraining Jiang Lanyue's cousin and the two senior immortals not daring to attack, Xiao Lingyu flapped his wings of extreme speed. After putting away the yin-yang mirror, he turned into a silver stream of light and flew far away. Without the yin-yang mirror, the four monsters quickly dissipated. Jiang Lanyue's cousin immediately regained his freedom. However, Xiao Lingyu was already out of the range of his divine sense. He didn't know where to go to chase after him. The two senior immortals flew to Jiang Lanyue's cousin. Before they could say anything to please him, Jiang Lanyue's cousin slapped the face of the senior immortal who had just sent a message for help. He said angrily, "Trash. My fight with him was a sure-win situation. Just now, I deliberately showed that I was in a difficult situation in order to make him lower his guard. You guys should have just watched from the side. You actually sent a message to ask for help and scare him away. How stupid of you. Yes, yes, yes. This junior deserves to die. This junior is stupid." Although the senior immortal wasn't convinced, he could only agree with a few words. After all, his strength was far inferior to Jiang Lanyue's. In just a few breaths of time, the young woman who had suddenly descended from the sky from the steward of Duhu City rushed over with two guards with sabers in tow. "Cousin, why are you here?" Jiang Lanyue's cousin went up to greet her. He put away his ugly face and asked with a smile. The woman narrowed her clear and beautiful eyes and glanced around. She frowned and asked, "Weren't your subordinates the ones who sent a message for help? I was worried, so I came to check on the situation." Haha, when I was fighting with someone just now, the two of them were blind. They couldn't tell that I was deliberately pretending to be weak to trick the enemy, so they sent a message for help. In fact, I almost killed that person. Jiang Lanyue's cousin shook his head and explained with a smile. This woman was Jiang Lanyue. Compared to when she was traveling in the cultivation world, she had become more mature. However, she still looked young and immature. Jiang Lanyue saw that her cousin wasn't injured and his condition wasn't bad. She nodded and said, "We're in a critical period right now. Don't easily fight with experts alone. The battle with the night demons is our top priority. That person isn't very strong. If he didn't escape, I could easily win. That's why I fought with him for a while." Jiang Lanyue's cousin replied and then asked, "The night demon's army should have entered our encirclement by now, right? When do we make our move?" Jiang Lanyue shook her head and said, "Maybe it's because our resistance on the other side of the swamp is too weak. The Night Demon clan must have felt that there's a problem. Recently, they've slowed down a lot. Currently, their army is still outside our encirclement. They haven't charged in yet. When did the Night Demons become so cautious? Although we didn't set up a strong defense in the swamp, we sacrificed nearly 1 million cultivators' lives. They actually still suspect that there's a spy among us?" Jiang Lanyue's cousin hurriedly changed the topic. He didn't want Jiang Lanyue to ask about the battle just now. He also didn't want Jiang Lanyue to know that Shaolin Yu had arrived in the realm of the gods and was nearby. Chapter 598. After flying at full speed for 3 days, Shaolin Yu finally stopped in a barren mountain. His arm was severely injured, which would affect his overall strength and state. If he wanted to move or cultivate again, he had to heal his injury first. Fortunately, when he was in Duhu City, Shaolin Yu bought a lot of materials for his body to transform. At this time, he only needed to refine those materials and make a medicinal soup. It wouldn't take long for his arm to recover to its original state. Half a year had passed since his injury was healed. After he came out of seclusion, he contacted Xiongming and the others. After getting their exact location, he flew at full speed to meet them. The cultivators of wildfire were still scattered. After Shaolin Yu met Xiongming and Zhou Jin, he asked them to send a message to gather the people of wildfire. Now, they definitely couldn't go back to Duhu City, nor could they go back to Tyne City. Fortunately, wildfire didn't need to go to these two places. A mercenary group like them could stop in any middle-level or high-level city. Shaolin Yu had no intention of managing or developing a mercenary group. He always liked to be alone, unrestrained, and not implicating others. It was the same for wildfire. He had no interest in leading this group. Everything that happened before was because he didn't want this mercenary group to be in danger. Now that Shaolin Yu had offended the owner of Yong and family Jiang and the Tianqi mercenary group, it was indeed inappropriate for him to stay in wildfire. He didn't want to implicate these innocent mercenaries in the future if they would take revenge. Other than Xiongming and the others, the cultivators of this mercenary group didn't have deep feelings for Shaolin Yu. Originally, Shaolin Yu was about to leave, but Zhou Jin said, "Brother Xiao, if you want to leave, please stay for a while." According to the news from the front line, the night demons did not rush into the family Zhang's encirclement. Instead, they quickly spread out and rushed into Yong'an from all directions. If Brother Xiao leaves us now, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. We'll be wiped out by the night demons' cultivators. The night demons scattered into Yong'an? Shaolin Yu appeared to be in disbelief. He analyzed. If the night demons move together and charge with their army, they might not be able to penetrate deep into Yong'an, but at least they'll be much safer and can retreat easily. If they split up and enter Yong'an, they'll be annihilated one by the Yong and cultivators sooner or later. This is not beneficial to them at all. Why would they make such a choice? Zhou Jin scratched his head and laughed. Haha, I really can't answer your questions. Shaolin Yu pondered for a moment before replying. The family Jiang won't just stand by and watch the night demons wreak havoc in Yong'an. He'll definitely organize people to wipe them out. I think the scattered night demons won't be able to hold on for long. I'll stay for a while longer. Zhou Jin, Xiongming, and the others appeared to be very happy. Zhou Jin continued. The Jiang clan has already issued a bounty mission for the entire realm. Any cultivator or mercenary group that kills a night demon can receive a certain amount of reward from the city lord manor of each city with a night demon's head. The stronger the night demon killed, the more there are, the greater the reward. Right now, Our mercenary group doesn't have any missions to accept. Why don't we also find a small group of night demons? And then Xiao Lingyu wasn't very interested in hunting night demons cultivators. However, even if they didn't plan to hunt night demons, they would still often be attacked by them. The night demons attacked Yong, and this time it made a breakthrough in the swamp. However, their army was blocked by the ambush set up by the family Jiang. If they marched together, they would be too big of a target. None of their movements would be able to escape the family Jiang's eyes and ears. If they wanted to go deeper into Yong, and other than attacking the family Jiang's encirclement, they could only split up and go around the encirclement. After the night demon army split up and broke up, no matter how developed the family Jiang's eyes and ears were, how could they know the movements of so many night demons? They could only let the night demons go deeper into Yong'an. However, the family Jiang definitely wouldn't give the night demon army a chance to gather and form an army again. The family Jiang's intelligence network in Yong and would constantly monitor the entire territory. As long as there was a night demon army gathering anywhere, the family Jiang would definitely send an army to encircle and annihilate them. The strange thing was that although the night demon army had already split up and invaded Yong'an, they didn't show any signs of regrouping. They continued to split up and go deeper into Yong'an. These night demons slaughtered and pillaged along the way like locusts. They usually moved at night, causing the entire territory to be in a state of panic. Everyone was afraid of their own safety, and very few people dared to go out at night when the night demons were mentioned. The family Jiang's high reward for killing night demons moved many mercenaries in Yong'an nowadays. Large groups of mercenaries and night demons cultivators could be seen fighting in the northern part of Yong'an. The corpses of cultivators and the headless corpses of night demons cultivators could be seen everywhere. The northern part of the Eternal Peace realm was already filled with corpses and rivers of blood, and this scene was still spreading to other parts of the Eternal Peace realm at a rapid speed. The night demons didn't give up on the big and small cities that they passed by. They would only quickly gather when they encountered a city and violently attack the city with the momentum of waves crashing against the shore. Almost every time, the city would fall before the reinforcements sent by the family Jiang arrived. Previously, in order to fend off the night demons' army at the border, the family Jiang mobilized more than half of the city guards in each city. Now that those city guards had yet to return to their own cities, the weak defenses of the cities couldn't fend off the night demons coming from all directions. It was the same even if many of the ordinary residents and merchants in the cities participated in the city's defense. After quickly looting the cities, the night demons would scatter again. However, every time they attacked a city, the night demons would suffer great losses in order to achieve a quick victory. As a result, there were fewer and fewer night demons who could continue to enter Yong'an. However, the casualties of the night demons weren't too serious. Under the leadership of Xiao Lingyu, the Wildfire also fought a few battles with the night demons. Because they didn't encounter any godly king stage experts, they didn't suffer much losses and gain a lot. The Wildfire also followed the night demons into the depths of Yong'an. Along the way, they continuously hunted night demons and brought the heads of the night demons to the city lord's mansion in exchange for godstones. Xiao Lingyu realized that it was a good choice for him not to leave. At least, the number of godstones in his storage ring was constantly increasing. In order to deal with the invasion of the night demons, the family Jiang spent a lot of money. The number of godstones that could be exchanged for after killing the night demons was an irresistible temptation for many mercenary groups and cultivators. The night demons invaded on a large scale. Since they weren't familiar with Yong, and it was naturally difficult for them to avoid accidentally entering some dangerous areas. This also caused them to suffer great losses. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. The night demons scattered into Yong'an. Although it seemed that they had achieved their goal, the number of night demons that entered Yong'an was now less than 1/5 of the original number. However, this 1/5 of night demons were the elites and experts of the night demon army. More than 80% of their clansmen's lives were sacrificed. The night demon army also brought unprecedented losses to Yong'an. Today, to everyone's surprise, the powerful and wealthy family Jiang couldn't take out the Godstones to pay the mercenaries' commission. Many small and medium-sized cities under the family Jiang's control were plundered. The losses of the residents and shops in these cities were also accounted for by the family Jiang. In the past, many top clans in Yong'an's history were dragged down like this and eventually replaced. The night demons hadn't been completely wiped out. The night demons who were still in Yong and would bring even greater losses to Yong'an. If the family Jiang couldn't come up with an effective countermeasure, the master of Yong and would probably change surnames soon. Now, when the mercenaries brought the heads of the night demons to the city lord's mansion, they could only exchange them for jade slips that were similar to IOUs. Although the family Jiang promised to pay the Godstones as soon as possible after the night demons' invasion was resolved, this had greatly reduced the family Jiang's prestige and caused the Yong'an's cultivators to lose confidence in the family Jiang. It also weakened everyone's motivation to continue hunting night demons. However, it didn't take long for the family Jiang to pay the Godstones they owed. They even increased the commission by 30%. According to legend, the family Jiang borrowed a large amount of Godstones from other large regions and many merchants in the God realm in a narrow sense to support them in dealing with the night demons' invasion. The major clans in the God realm were generally of the same breadth and branch, especially when dealing with an invasion like this. The family Jiang was a super clan that controlled a large region, so they naturally had the ability to repay the Godstones they borrowed in the future. After all, the daily entrance fee to the large and medium-sized cities in Yong was an immeasurable amount of income. The Wildfire, who had originally lost confidence in the family Jiang, regained their confidence like the other Yong'an's mercenaries. They began to search everywhere for the night demons, which were no longer large in number. In the past, as long as they went out at night, they would be able to find the night demons after a few rounds in the wilderness. However, if they wanted to find any traces of the night demons now, they could only rely on luck. According to some insiders, there should be no less than 10 million night demons in Yong'an. Although most of them were at the Heavenly God or God Monarch stage, there were also about 1,000 God King stage cultivators. However, the Yong'an was too vast. These night demons in Yong'an were like millions of grains of sand thrown into the vast ocean. There was no way to show their size. It was unknown whether they were lucky or unlucky. After searching bitterly for half a year, the Wildfire finally found a group of more than 100 night demons at night. However, there was a God King stage cultivator in this group. Boss Xiao, should we retreat? Zhou Jin asked Xiaoling Yu. Chapter 599. It wasn't easy to find a group of night demons. Why should we retreat? Thousands of you can't defeat more than 100 night demons? Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. But they have a divine king. Zhou Jin said nervously. I'll deal with the night demon king. Xiaoling Yu said confidently. Boss Xiao, you should be careful. If you can't defeat them, you could delay them first. After we deal with the ordinary night demons, we'll help you to kill the night demon king. Zhou Jin nodded and said, you just have to take care of yourselves. By the time Xiaoling Yu finished speaking, the group of night devil cultivators had already arrived. The Flowing Fire mercenary group had a good understanding of the night devils. They were prepared for battle. At this moment, they were in a half-moon formation. When the group of night devil cultivators charged in, they would turn the half-moon into a full moon and surround the few remaining night devils. Although the number of night demons was small, they not only had a divine king night demon, but also more than 20 divine monarchs. Their overall strength was very strong. It was precisely because they felt that they were strong that they dared to rush in. The Flowing Fire mercenary group now had close to 4,000 people. Among them, there were less than 10 divine lord powerhouses. But the majority of the mercenaries were all experienced in fighting. Even if the other side had many divine lords, they still had the confidence to fight back with their advantage in numbers. Both sides had their own trump cards and were determined to fight. The group of night demons was relatively more proactive. They fearlessly charged towards the Flowing Fire mercenaries' half-moon formation and allowed themselves to be surrounded by more than 4,000 Flowing Fire mercenaries. However, The group of night demons didn't expect that there would be a divine king expert in this mercenary group. Their divine king had just attacked when Xiao Yu had already arrived in front of him and blocked his attack. After that, Xiao Yu and the night demon king flew away from the battlefield and into the night sky. In less than a cup of tea's time, Xiao Yu smoothly returned. The night demon king was naturally killed by him. Although the night demon king was strong, Xiao Yu didn't want to fight to the death with him. In the sky, there was no one around. Xiao Yu took out the divine artifact, Yin Yang Mirror. 4 divine king late-stage phantoms were naturally not something a mere night demon king could deal with. Xiao Yu didn't even take action. The night demon king was killed by the 4 divine monarchs, Yin Yang Mirrors T. The head of the night demon king could be exchanged for a large amount of divine stones in the city lord's mansion. However, Xiao Yu wasn't too interested in the divine stones. He placed the corpse of the night demon king into Fudi's spiritual beast pouch. After swallowing the night demon king, Fudi will definitely be able to smoothly enter the divine king realm. After all, it has already swallowed a large number of divine monarch stage demonic beasts. When it wakes up from its slumber, I will be able to join forces with it to set up a dual domain. In addition to the 4 divine monarch stage phantoms, I won't be afraid of any divine king, unless the divine king has a divine artifact. Xiao Yu thought with a smile. His face was filled with anticipation. It was no wonder that Zhou Jin wanted to retreat. Although the wildfire had the advantage in numbers, the number of divine monarchs they had wasn't even half of the enemies. If both sides were to fight, the wildfire's encirclement would be too weak. The 100-odd night demons worked together and cooperated very well. 2/3 of their experts were on the defense, while the remaining 1/3 attacked with all their strength. They were actually able to continuously break through the encirclement and cause quite a bit of damage to the wildfire. At this time, the cultivators of the wildfire were already in a mess. They were being chased by the 100-odd night demons. If Xiao Yu still didn't return, Zhou Jin would probably order everyone to scatter and escape. Xiao Yu leaped into the battlefield. His wings of extreme speed flapped repeatedly. His body turned into a ray of light as he shuttled through the crowd. Wherever he passed, the heads of the night demons would fly high into the air. Black night demon blood would spurt out like a fountain. With the addition of Xiao Yu and the 4,000 mercenaries, the battle naturally had no suspense. The 100-odd night demon cultivators didn't even last for 100 breaths of time before they were all killed. After collecting all the heads of the ordinary heavenly gods and divine monarchs, Zhou Jin's honest face was about to bloom with a smile. He had obtained 20 divine monarch night demon heads. They could be exchanged for a lot of divine stones at the city lord's residence. In the following days, Xiao Yu and the wildfire cultivators rested during the day and moved out at night. They also fought a few more groups of night demons. Gradually, Xiao Yu realized that the night demons' cultivators weren't very scattered anymore. Most of the time, they gathered together in large groups. Even if they were scattered when they came out, they weren't too far apart from each other. It wouldn't be easy to attack the night demons' cultivators anymore. If they were unlucky, they might even be surrounded by a large group of night demons. Xiao Yu decisively led everyone to stop hunting the night demons. Based on the current situation, we can stop. You guys should go find a city and settle down. You guys should live a normal life as mercenaries. After assessing the situation, Xiao Yu said to Zhou Jin and the others. The gains they had made during this period were enough for the wildfire cultivators to squander for a long time. They didn't need to take any more risks. Boss Xiao, we can't bear to let you go. Zhou Jin had a reluctant look on his face. With an expert like Xiao Yu in the mercenary group, everyone felt at ease. Moreover, they had gained a lot. However, Zhou Jin knew that a God King expert would definitely have his own plans for development. He wouldn't always work for a mercenary group. If I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit everyone, Xiao Yu said perfunctorily. He had already done his best to help the wildfire survive this dangerous period. Moreover, there were more and more experts from other regions coming over. The night demons' invasion should be dealt with soon. Xiao Lingyu was worried that family Jiang and Jiang Lanyue's cousin would find trouble with him after they were free. Therefore, he didn't want to implicate the wildfire. He had to leave. If he continued to stay in the wildfire, his whereabouts would be too easy to be discovered. It was better to be alone. Experts from other regions kept pouring into the Yong'an. Although they came for family Jiang's high commission, they did help the Yong'an a lot. There were fewer and fewer night demons left in the Yong'an, so the Yong'an naturally became more peaceful. However, what puzzled all the cultivators in the Yong'an was that although the night demons' invasion of the Yong'an had brought great harm to the Yong'an, they had also suffered heavy losses. According to the current situation, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out in the Yong'an. What were they planning? No one would believe that the night demons were willing to sacrifice tens of millions of their elite clansmen in exchange for a moment of chaos in the Yong'an. After all, the night demons didn't have any deep hatred for the humans and demons in the Yong'an. There was no lack of intelligent people among the night demons. They must have other motives for doing this. The experts of the Jiang family had never been able to figure out what the night demon clan was trying to achieve with their actions. In the family Jiang of Yong'an City, a discussion about the invasion of the night demons had just ended. As the daughter of the current patriarch of the family Jiang, Jiang Lanyue, who was also a God King expert of the family Jiang, looked a little tired after leaving the meeting hall. Cousin, you should rest. Now that the other region realm experts have arrived, the crisis of the night demons will soon be resolved. You don't have to worry too much. Jiang Lanyue's cousin walked out of the meeting hall and said to Jiang Lanyue with concern. Before Jiang Lanyue could speak, a voice came from behind the two of them. Situ Maozhong, Patriarch asked me to bring a message to you. Go to the side hall to see him now. Cousin Maozhong, Father asked you to go over. Jiang Lanyue said. Okay, I'll go over now. Situ Maozhong frowned slightly, then turned around and walked away. Not long after, Jiang Lanyue walked out of the deep and tall building complex and came to a garden. Sister. Suddenly, a beautiful figure floated out from the flowers. A little girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old came in front of Jiang Lanyue. Lang Chong, what are you doing hiding here? You scare me. Jiang Lanyue said angrily. Sister, I'm not hiding here. I've been admiring the flowers here. You were distracted, and now you're blaming me. Lang Chong was not convinced. Nonsense. How can I be distracted when I'm a god king? Jiang Lanyue refused to admit it. You know best whether you're distracted or not. Lang Chong pouted her small mouth and replied, then curiously said, I'm very curious. What can make sister distracted? Don't tell me it's because of the invasion of the night demons. Jiang Lanyue pondered for a moment, then said, Do you still remember that person from the cultivation world? Lang Chong frowned slightly and said, Which person? Although I've only been to the cultivation world once, I've seen quite a few people. Jiang Lanyue explained, It's the person I asked you to find to retrieve the silver moon broken saber. When you came back, you even praised him for his fast cultivation speed. Lang Chong tilted her small head and thought for a moment, then said, It's him. Of course I remember. In order to help him, I even fought with eccentric Dugu's disciple. Jiang Lanyue said, He's already reached the god realm. Lang Chong nodded uninterestedly at first, then suddenly stared blankly and said in astonishment, That's impossible. How long has it been? How could he have reached the god realm? Even if he's cultivating the 9 transformations. Lang Chong had just finished speaking when her mouth was covered by her sister Jiang Lanyue's hands. Jiang Lanyue scolded in a low voice, You little girl, your mouth is always unreliable. I told you not to mention this again. Did you forget? If you talk too much, I won't tell you any secrets in the future. Lang Chong nodded repeatedly, and only then did Jiang Lanyue let go of her hands. What's his cultivation level now? Don't tell me he's already reached the monarch god stage in such a short time. Lang Chong continued to ask. He's not at the monarch god stage. Jiang Lanyue shook her head first, then said in a low voice, He's at the god king stage. Lang Chang's pair of beautiful little eyes opened wide at this moment. Did he come to find you? Lang Chong asked after coming back to her senses. Chapter 600. That guy really didn't let us down. Not only did he not die, but he also reached the Divine King realm and was able to fight with cousin Mao Zedong. He should have already reached the 7th transformation. Lang Chong praised. However, the bad thing is that he didn't listen to our orders with a group of mercenaries and left the garrison area without permission. He has already been listed as a target for our family kill. Zhang Luanyue said worriedly. There are many people who don't listen to orders. Our family has always been virtuous and never domineering. Why do we have to kill him this time? Lang Chong asked in confusion. Firstly, the Night Devil invasion this time is of great importance and caused our family to suffer heavy losses. Our family naturally needs to find someone to take responsibility and blame this tactical mistake on those people. Secondly, it seems that cousin Mao Zedong is also secretly scheming against him and deliberately exaggerating his crimes. Zhang Luanyue explained with a wry smile. How can cousin Mao Zedong be like this? Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Lang Chong clenched her fist and said hatefully. No need. Although cousin Mao Zedong has done some things without consideration, he has always done his best for our family. It's better if we don't find trouble with him. Zhang Luanyue waved his hand and said, Then what should we do now? You won't just watch that guy get chased down by our family's experts, right? Lang Chong asked. Of course not. So I came here to find you. Zhang Luanyue said. Find me? Lang Chong looked confused. In our family, only you know a little more about him. Cousin Mao Zedong might know a little too. Right now, I can only ask for your help. Go find him and tell him to leave Yong, and Zhang Luanyue nodded and said, Let him leave. Lang Chong was even more puzzled. She continued to tease. If she came here specially to see you, you would let her go. Wouldn't that disappoint her? Zhang Luanyue hurriedly denied. You damned girl, you're talking nonsense again. He and I are just friends. When I was trapped in the ancient deity's immortal cave in the cultivation world, he accompanied me for a few years. At that time, one of us was a cultivator of the immortal world, and the other was a mortal. How could we have any relationship? If that's the case, why do you still remember those things so clearly? Since you don't have feelings for him, why are you so concerned about his safety? Lang Chong asked with a smile and a look of disbelief. Do you think I would have fallen for a mortal back then? Zhang Luanyue asked with a natural expression. Lang Chong paused for a moment, then said, Although the possibility is very small, it's not completely impossible. Situ Mao Zedong obeyed and came to the side hall. He was then led to a secret room. The door to the secret room was then closed. Situ Mao Zedong bowed to a middle-aged cultivator who was meditating cross-legged. Mao Zedong greets the family head. The middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes and said, Nephew Mao Zedong, there's no need to be so polite. I called you here for two things. Sit down. Situ Mao Zedong sat cross-legged in front of the middle-aged cultivator and said, Family head, please instruct me. The middle-aged cultivator said, The first thing is that a few days ago, the Ko family of Tranquil Main City proposed marriage to me. I agreed. Situ Mao Zedong's expression changed greatly. He thought of many things in an instant, and his eyes flickered. The middle-aged cultivator continued. In order to resist the night demon's invasion, my family Jiang exhausted all of our resources. Our family Jiang didn't have enough godstones to pay the commission, so we borrowed some from outsiders. 80% of the godstones we borrowed were provided by the Ko family of Tranquil Main City. Situ Mao Zedong's expression darkened, but he still nodded. Nephew understands. If family head doesn't agree, I'm afraid the Ko family won't lend us the godstones. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head. That's not the case. They lent us the godstones first before coming to propose marriage. They knew that I wouldn't be able to refuse their proposal after receiving their benefits. In fact, our family Jiang really can't refuse at this time. One of the two neighboring regions has a bad relationship with our family Jiang, so they won't help us at all. If we lose the help of the Tranquil Main City, the night demon's invasion will be enough to make us lose control of Yong'an. Once we lose this position, you know what it means. Situ Mao Zedong nodded heavily. He knew that if he wanted to control a region, it wasn't enough to rely on a few god emperors and his family. He also needed the approval and support of the sacred god in the narrow sense of the god realm. The sacred god had made an agreement with all the great families. If a great family suffered a great loss and couldn't control the situation, then that great family would have to give up control and lose the support of the sacred god. Losing control wasn't a big deal, but losing the support of the sacred god meant that the great family would quickly fall under the covetous eyes of the other great families in the narrow sense of the god realm. Such examples were common in the history of the narrow sense of the god realm. This marriage is a good thing for our family Jiang and Yong'an. Although the Ko clan of the Chang'e main city is ranked at the bottom of all the great families, they still control a region and have the support of the sacred god. The marriage between our two families is beneficial to our long-term development, the middle-aged cultivator said calmly. Then will the Ko clan marry cousin Lan Yu or Lang Chong? Situ Maojing asked. They didn't say. The Ko clan let me decide. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head. Uncle, have you decided? Situ Maojing was slightly nervous and even changed the way he addressed the middle-aged cultivator. It's not easy to decide, so I called you over to ask. After all, you've been with them for a long time and know them better. Who do you think is more suitable? The middle-aged cultivator pushed the question to Situ Maojing. This matter is of great importance and involves the marriage of my two cousins. Maojing doesn't dare to say too much, Situ Maojing calmly replied. Ever since Lan Yu traveled to the lower realms, her temperament has matured a lot. If I ask her to marry, she should agree for the sake of the family. However, I intend to let her take over my position when she becomes the God Emperor. Unfortunately, Lang Chong still has a childish temper. If I ask her to marry, she definitely won't agree. She won't listen to any of the grand principles I tell her, the middle-aged cultivator said with a troubled expression. Situ Maojing thought about it and couldn't help but say, Uncle, the reason you agreed to marry the Ko clan is for the sake of our family Zhang's long-term development. If it's for the long term, Uncle naturally has to consider which of the two cousins is more suitable to take over the position of the head of the family. The middle-aged cultivator frowned slightly and said, From what you're saying, you think Lang Chong should marry into the Ko clan? Situ Maojing nodded solemnly and said, Yes. The middle-aged cultivator muttered to himself for a long time before saying, Now, let's talk about the second matter. Great Elder recently found traces of the night demon's god emperor. However, there's still many god kings around him. Pick 20 god kings from the family to meet with Great Elder. Situ Maojing cupped his hands and said, Understood. This trip may be very dangerous. You must be careful, the middle-aged cultivator said in a seemingly concerned tone. Situ Maojing was originally a bit dissatisfied. After all, he was close to the head of the family Jiang. His mother was the sister of the head's wife. The head of the family Jiang should take special care of him and not give him such a dangerous mission. However, when he heard the head of the family's last sentence and thought about how the head of the family had just discussed such an important matter with him, he felt much better. After Situ Maojing left, the head of the family Zhang's face suddenly became gloomy. The helplessness and dejection from before were all gone. He said confidently, No one can have any ideas about my daughter. Situ Maojing followed the orders of the head of the family Jiang, Jiang Xingye, and picked 20 god kings from the family Jiang. As soon as he stepped out of the main city of Chang'e, the mischievous and childlike Lang Chong also left through another city gate. In the end, Xiao Lingyu left the mercenary group under the reluctant gazes of the wildfire cultivators. Alone, he flew aimlessly into the sky of Yong, Un, and disappeared. As for the future, Xiao Lingyu didn't have a long-term plan. However, he had reached the peak of the late stage of chaos in Lightning Realm. He was only one step away from the 7th revolution of the 9-revolution chaos formula. If Xiao Lingyu did not use the Saint artifact right now, he could fight against some early and mid-god kings with his own strength. It would not be difficult for him to win, but it would be very difficult for him to kill them. It just so happened that he could not use the Saint artifact whenever he wanted, and if he encountered multiple god kings working together, he would be in great danger. As a result, reaching the 7th cycle had become his first priority. There were many preparations for the 7th revolution. First, he had to improve his body quality to the level of a supreme gray divine weapon. Second, he needed a lot of god stones to provide energy support. Then, he had to prepare all kinds of necessary materials and comprehend more of the chaos principles. Other than the fact that obtaining the god stone was an easy task, the rest of the preparations that needed to be made were not easy to accomplish. As Xiao Lingyu flew at a moderate speed, he calculated in his heart. From time to time, he would take out a jade slip that he had purchased not long ago to adjust his flying direction. As usual, it wasn't difficult to prepare ordinary materials. As long as he had enough godstones, he could buy them in the cities of Yong'an. However, the most important main material was often difficult to obtain through purchasing. The most important main ingredient needed to break through to the 7th revolution was the 7-star pearl vine. Even in the God realm, it was an extremely rare top-grade ingredient. Its value was even more valuable than a top-grade divine artifact. Most importantly, it was nowhere to be found. Yong'an didn't have a large organization like the Bounty Hunter organization. Although there were stone tablets that issued missions in every city, it was very troublesome to issue missions one by one. Moreover, the efficiency was very low. Xiao Lingyu could only rely on himself to find the materials he needed. The difficulty was undoubtedly many times higher. Moreover, Yong'an had just been attacked by the Night Devil. Many mercenaries and mercenary organizations were targeting the Night Devil. Many cities were also very bleak. This increased the difficulty of purchasing materials for Xiao Lingyu. Chapter 601. That night, Xiao Lingyu, who had been meditating for the entire day, moved out once again. He left the cave that he had dug out temporarily. In order to complete the mission of gathering a large amount of divine stones, he had recently been moving out at night to hunt night demons. Currently, he was using the heads of night demons to exchange for divine stones in various cities. This was a good opportunity for him to quickly increase his wealth. For ordinary cultivators, this might be a bit dangerous, but Xiao Lingyu was not an ordinary cultivator. After Xiao Lingyu used the sacred artifact Yin Yang Mirror, he could easily deal with a Night Demon King. As long as he did not meet 3 or more Night Demon Kings, he could easily retreat. As for meeting a God Emperor Night Demon, Xiao Lingyu felt that the possibility of that was too low. If he was really that unlucky, he would have died in the cultivation world long ago. How could he have come to the God realm? After cultivating the 9 revolutions chaos formula, Xiao Lingyu could no longer afford to be timid, nor could he afford to be cautious and meticulous. Xiao Lingyu had always been rather confident in his luck, although he had always encountered quite a bit of trouble because of this confidence. The night sky of the God realm was always very dusky. There was no existence like the moon on Earth to illuminate the darkness. The stars in the sky also emitted very weak radiance. Xiao Lingyu moved swiftly in the night sky and released his aura to attract the night demon experts. Night demons had an obvious advantage at night. Not only could they see further, their divine sense also seemed to be strengthened at night. Ordinary cultivators, on the other hand, could not see too far at night. Even the range of their divine sense would be limited. Because of this, their battle prowess would decrease by at least 30%. In this kind of situation, night demons would naturally choose to move out at night. After all, this was the Yong and not the territory of the night demons. Xiao Lingyu's condition would also deteriorate at night. However, the reason he dared to come out was not entirely because of his own strength. He relied more on the Yin Yang mirror to deal with the God King experts. Therefore, the night did not affect his overall strength too much. There were fewer and fewer night demon clan cultivators in Yong'an, and there were many experts from both the human and demon clans aiming for their heads. Now, if one wanted to find a night demon clan cultivator, one could only rely on luck. Perhaps it was because Xiao Lingyu had always been alone, so it was easier for him to encounter night demons. For example, large mercenary groups or groups of thousands of night demons would immediately turn around and flee under the cover of the night. In less than 6 hours after Xiao Lingyu set out, A large area of space began to fluctuate in his spiritual sense. The spatial fluctuations that were like the ripples produced by a gentle breeze were produced by a large number of night demons moving together at night. There were not many, about 150 night demons. Among them, about 50 were divine monarch experts. However, there were no God King night demons, which made Shaolin Yu feel slightly regretful. The price of the heads of these 150 night demons was less than a tenth of the price of the head of a godly king stage night demon. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. For Shaolin Yu, who needed divine stones very much, such a small group of night demons could not be easily given up. Shaolin Yu pretended not to notice the other party and continued to fly forward at a leisurely pace. When the distance between the two parties was less than 300 meters, he suddenly moved his fingers quickly and a circle of yin-yang fish quickly appeared in front of him. Before the group of night demons could move, the seal of chaos had already whizzed out. The distance of 300 meters was too short. The seal of chaos that Shaolin Yu, who was in the late profound understanding stage of chaos, sent out was no weaker than the attack of a supreme-grade divine weapon. Boom! First, there was a dazzling flash of chaotic light, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. With just one strike of the seal of chaos, more than half of the night demons who had gathered together and could not disperse in time were killed. Only about 20 divine monarch night demons were still alive, but they were all seriously injured. The rest of the battle was a one-sided massacre. Killing the 20 or so injured divine monarch night demons was not difficult for Shaolin Yu at all. After putting away the intact or broken heads of the night demons, Shaolin Yu left the battlefield again and continued to fly into the depths of the night. Shaolin Yu's luck was very average. Seeing that the sky was slightly brighter, he did not encounter any more night demons. Just as Shaolin Yu was about to call a day and find a temporary cave residence to stay in, he suddenly felt a very powerful aura coming from the south to the north. Divine King Night Demon? Shaolin Yu suddenly became excited. However, his rationality told him that something was wrong, so he quietly hid in a corner. Under normal circumstances, the night demons who came out would have hidden by now. In the daytime, not only would they lose their advantage, but their strength would also decrease greatly. Moreover, even if they came out at this time, the night demons would not expose themselves so obviously. They would mostly hide in the shadows, quietly approach their targets, and then attack violently. Not long after, a few nervous night demons flew over at full speed. What surprised Shaolin Yu was that these night demons were all divine king experts, and they were not at the early divine king stage. What made him even more puzzled was that there was actually a human clan cultivator among these night devil god kings. This human cultivator was petite and should be a woman. However, the woman's body was suffused with a brownish-red light, giving off a demonic feeling. Shaolin Yu took a closer look, and his heart could not help but skip a beat. This human woman was actually Yueru, who had obtained the fiend body and fiend heart not long ago. Why was she here, and with these night demon kings? In an instant, Shaolin Yu's heart was filled with doubts. These night demons were relatively strong. Even if he used the sacred artifact Yin-Yang Mirror, Shaolin Yu would not be able to take them down, so he did not rush up to stop them. At this time, the sky was still dark. These night demons' divine senses were very strong, and they should have discovered Shaolin Yu's existence. After all, in a hurry, Shaolin Yu did not hide too well. However, they did not seem to be in the mood to fight, and were still flying north at full speed. The north was the border between the night demons and Yong'an. They should be in a hurry to return to Yong'an, and Yueru should have been imprisoned and kidnapped by them. Although Shaolin Yu did not understand why these night demons wanted to kidnap Yueru, he could guess that this matter was of great importance based on the cautious manner in which they had sent several God King experts. It would not be a good thing for Yueru either. Therefore, Shaolin Yu followed them from afar. Even if he wanted to fight, Shaolin Yu would have to wait until the sky was bright. Only then would he have a chance of winning. However, these night demon kings would not delay until dawn. When they discovered that Shaolin Yu had been following them, one of them stopped. When Shaolin Yu approached, the late night Demon King's body suddenly swayed, and he disappeared from Xiao Yu's sight. Even though the sky was already slightly bright, the late-night Demon King was still able to hide his body. At this time, he was definitely near Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu was unable to sense his existence at all. When he moved, there was no abnormality in the space, nor were there any ripples. Xiao Yu's cultivation was slightly lower than the late-night Demon King's, so he was unable to use his divine sense to lock onto his opponent. Right now, he could only wait for his opponent to attack. Even though he was waiting, Xiao Yu did not stop. He continued to chase after the Night Demon Kings who were carrying Yueru. Xiao Yu could wait, but his opponent could not. In just a few breaths' time, the opponent suddenly attacked when he was less than 15 meters away from Xiao Yu's back, shooting out a black energy arrow. As expected, the opponent suddenly attacked, and his cultivation was higher than Xiao Yu's. It was impossible for Xiao Yu to dodge such an attack at such a short distance. The black energy arrow accurately struck his body. However, the attack power of the black energy arrow was not very strong. Although it pierced Xiao Yu's back, it was then sealed by his chaotic divine power. The black energy arrow rapidly turned into strands of special energy that constantly attacked the chaotic divine force. However, it was constantly expelled by the chaotic divine force. Xiao Yu understood the Night Demon's attack extremely well. He had predicted that his opponent would attack like this, and he had also calculated the level of his opponent's attack, which was why he dared to receive the attack head-on. Afterwards, Xiao Yu released the poisonous mist within him. In the blink of an eye, the area of 300 meters around him was completely covered by the black poisonous fog. Although the poisonous fog was also black, it belonged to Xiao Yu. Within its range, Xiao Yu could clearly sense everything within, and from there, he could determine the location of the other party. Although the Night Demon expert's concealment technique was powerful, he still existed in this space after all. He had not truly vanished. If he stood within the mist, even if the mist could not corrode his body, it would be unavoidable for the mist to ripple slightly when he moved. Even if it was just a slight ripple, it was enough. Xiao Yu still could not use the same artifact, the yin-yang mirror, because using it once would cause him to lose a lot of energy. He could not use it continuously within a short period of time. Although the four monsters were powerful, they could only exist for less than 2 hours. If he could not achieve complete victory within 2 hours, Xiao Yu would be in great danger. After all, his opponent was not just one Night Demon King. The late Divine King Night Demon could also sense that the poisonous mist was affecting his concealment, but he could only continue to attack. Feeling the slight ripple of the poisonous mist, Xiao Yu knew that his opponent was coming again. He did not hesitate to release the primal chaos fire. The Night Demon was also a race with a feminine attribute. They had an innate fear of scorching flames. Xiao Yu also knew that even a Divine King Night Demon would be injured by the primal chaos fire. When the late Divine King Night Demon saw the primal chaos fire surging towards him, he subconsciously dodged to the side and quickly retreated from the poisonous mist's range. Xiao Yu continued to move forward with the poisonous mist wrapped around him. He had no intention of stopping to fight. Chapter 602. No matter how the Night Demon King charged or how fast he moved, as long as he entered the poisonous black mist, Xiao Yu would be able to grasp his movements. It would be impossible for him to launch a sneak attack on Xiao Yu. If it was a frontal attack, the might of Xiao Yu's primal chaos true fire made the Night Demon King's heart palpitate. Even if he braced himself and charged over, he would still be forced back by the Silver Moon Broken Blade. However, with the late God King Night Demon King pinning him down, Xiao Yu found it difficult to increase his speed. The Night Demon King would always attack in front of him, causing the distance between him and the other Night Demon Kings in Yueru to grow larger and larger. In the end, the late God King Night Demon King stopped attacking with all his strength. He only constantly attacked in the surroundings, causing Xiao Yu to be unable to chase after him at full speed. Although Xiao Lingyu was a little anxious, there was nothing he could do. If it were not for the fact that the Night Demon Kings were in a hurry to leave and had all stopped attacking him, Xiao Lingyu would probably have had no choice but to wait for an opportunity to escape. Gradually, the distance between them increased to the point where Xiao Lingyu could no longer see the Night Demon Kings in front of him. When the sky finally brightened with great difficulty, the Night Demon Kings had already completely disappeared from the range of Xiao Lingyu's divine sense with Yuuru. Just like that, Xiao Lingyu no longer had any hope of catching up to the Night Demon Kings. They only needed to slightly change their path, and they would be able to easily shake him off. Perhaps because he felt that his mission was complete, the late God King Night Demon King, who had always been tangled up with Xiao Lingyu, was already prepared to give up. You want to leave now? It's too late. Xiao Lingyu would not let the late God King Night Demon go. With a thought, the yin-yang mirror appeared above his head. Afterwards, 4 illusory monsters quickly appeared and caught up to the late God King Night Demon King, surrounding him. The late God King Night Demon King had fought with Xiao Lingyu for a while. He felt that Xiao Lingyu was not very powerful, nor was he fast. He had always been the one on the offensive, while Xiao Lingyu had always been on the defensive. As a result, he did not take Xiao Lingyu too seriously and was not in a hurry to escape. The yin-yang mirror, Xiao Lingyu, did not give off a powerful aura, which was why he had been careless. Each of the 4 phantoms was a late-stage God King. They could even form the 4 symbols domain, which instantly locked down a large area of space. The late God King Night Demon King's strength had been greatly restricted. His domain was not enough to fend off the 4 symbols domain, so his strength naturally decreased by quite a lot. Coupled with the fact that night demons basically did not use any treasures, how was he supposed to deal with the 4 illusory monsters that did not fear any attacks at all? Although he failed to catch up to the God Kings or save Yuuru, Xiao Lingyu had at least taken down a late God King Night Demon. As there were still some things that he did not understand, Xiao Lingyu did not kill the Night Demon King. He only got the 4 illusory monsters to capture him. Under the efforts of the 4 illusory monsters, the Night Demon King was unable to move at all. Xiao Lingyu rapidly went up and used his chaotic force to seal up the Night Demon King's cultivation. Afterwards, he pursued him towards the north for a while and searched through a large region, but he still failed to find Yuuru. In the end, Xiao Lingyu gave up. He descended from the air and casually found a cave to enter. He sealed the cave's entrance and casually set up some restrictions before sitting down. The Night Demon King glared at Xiao Lingyu unwillingly. However, his ferocious expression did not frighten Xiao Lingyu. After adjusting his breathing, Xiao Lingyu constantly shook the Night Demon King's soul. The Night Demon King could no longer fight back. Xiao Lingyu could cast techniques as he wished. Before long, the Night Demon King fainted. After confirming that the Night Demon King had lost consciousness, Xiao Lingyu suddenly extended a finger and tapped the Night Demon King's forehead. After searching the Night Demon King's soul, Xiao Lingyu's brows were tightly knitted together. This late-stage God King Night Demon King could be considered an expert among the night demons. Naturally, he knew many of the night demons' secrets. Among them, the ones that were useful to Xiao Lingyu were the ones related to Yuuru. This matter began with the Azura expert in the evil Wind Valley outside of Duhu City. Back then, he had been a night demon. He was indeed a God Emperor expert. Furthermore, he had been a guest elder of the night demons. However, that fellow had been operating for a long time and had stolen the night demon's sacred relic. Although he had been heavily injured by the night demon's experts, he had successfully escaped into the Yongin. As for what the Azura expert had stolen the night demon's sacred relic, this late-stage God King Night Demon's memories did not contain any relevant information. Perhaps only the stronger night demons would know. The night demons experts had infiltrated the Yong and several times. Unfortunately, they had never been able to find the Azura expert. Originally, they had thought that the Azura expert had hidden somewhere else. Unexpectedly, they had sensed the presence of their race's sacred relic a few years ago. As a result, they had launched a large-scale attack on the Yong and Xiaoling Yu could deduce that the appearance of the giant pit in the evil Wind Valley had caused the night demon's sacred relic's aura to leak out. The night demon's large-scale attack on the Yong, and this time was not to cause great damage to the Yong, and nor was it to plunder the cultivation resources within the Yongin. Instead, it was to send their clansmen in to search for the night demon's sacred relic. As a result, they had avoided direct confrontation with the Yongin army and scattered into the Yongin. This time, the night demons had sacrificed a lot. However, in their eyes, it was all worth it for the sake of their race's sacred relic. On the Azura expert's body, only the demon's heart and the 2 white beads were of a higher grade. However, the 2 white beads were definitely not the night demon's sacred relic. In addition, the night demons had taken away Yueru. Xiaoling Yu was certain that the night demons were looking for the demon's heart. What worried Xiaoling Yu was that the night demons had taken away Yueru. If they forcefully took away Yueru's demon's heart, then Yueru would be in great danger. As for how the night demons were going to deal with Yueru, the late-stage God King did not know. His mission this time was to safely send Yueru to the night demons. Without any more useful information, Xiaoling Yu wiped away the night demon expert's consciousness and memories before tossing him into Fudi's spiritual beast pouch. Fudi had not yet woken up, but Xiaoling Yu still used his consciousness to shake its soul, causing it to open its hazy eyes. Afterwards, it swallowed the late-stage God King night demon's body into its stomach and continued to snore. After that, Xiaoling Yu left the cave and continued his search for Yueru in the north. However, he knew that the chances of him finding the night demon kings were very slim. 2 months passed quickly. One night, while searching for Yueru and killing the night demons, Xiaoling Yu suddenly felt 2 extremely powerful auras fly over his head. He looked up and saw a dazzling 7-colored radiance and an ink-black ball of light. The 2 powerful auras were emitted by the 2 balls of light with different colors in the sky, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. Xiaoling Yu's heart skipped a beat. He descended to the ground as he saw the divine world space fluctuating violently like boiling water. He could guess that there was a God Emperor in each of the 2 light spheres. Only God Emperor stage powerhouses could fly so high, and their aura could reach such a far distance, and even intimidate God King stage powerhouses. It's probably the family Zhang's God Emperors fighting with the night demon God Emperor. I should hide further away. With his back facing the direction of the 2 God Emperors, Xiaoling Yu stuck close to the ground and fled at full speed. He was afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire between the 2 God Emperors. After running for less than 4 hours, Xiaoling Yu felt another powerful aura surging towards him. However, this aura was clearly weaker than the aura released by the 2 God Emperors. He guessed that it was a large group of God Kings flying towards him. Xiaoling Yu didn't hesitate either. He dodged to his left. Very quickly, the aura passed through Xiaoling Yu's previous position. At this time, Xiaoling Yu had not dodged too far away. He took the time to turn around and saw a shocking scene. At this time, there were close to 200 night demon kings chasing after less than 100 human god kings. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides was huge. In addition to the fact that it was nighttime, the night demons god kings had an obvious advantage. The 100 human god kings were naturally not a match for the night demons. It was natural for them to be beaten to a pulp. Among the group of human god kings, Xiaoling Yu saw a familiar face. It was Zhang Lanyue's cousin, Situ Maozheng. The reason why he could see Situ Maozheng was because Situ Maozheng's silver spear had turned into a silver dragon. It dragged his body forward quickly. It was very eye-catching in the dark night. In front, the family Zhang's god kings are chasing after the night demons god kings. Over here, the night demons god kings are chasing after the Yong and god kings. This scene is interesting. Xiaoling Yu muttered to himself. After that, he minded his own business and continued to move forward. Not to mention that this situation was not beneficial to him. Even if it was beneficial, he would definitely hide as far away as possible. Whether it was the God Kings or the God Kings, they were not people he could easily provoke. After another hour, Xiaoling Yu felt that he should be very far away from the 2 groups of experts. Therefore, he stopped. When he looked towards the northern sky, he suddenly saw a rainbow light flash and disappear. After that, he heard a deafening explosion. At the same time, he felt the heaven and earth shake. Could it be that the family Zhang's god kings self-destructed? Xiaoling Yu said in shock. In the realm of the gods, even if a top-grade saint weapon was used, it would not be able to create such a powerful aura. However, this did not mean that it was a god king self-destructing. Just as Xiaoling Yu was in shock, he saw a rainbow light streak across the dark night sky like a shooting star. It flew towards the depths of the Yong and in the south. That's definitely not a cultivator. Could it be the God King's magic treasure? Xiaoling Yu thought to himself. Then he took out his tubular saint weapon and chased after the rainbow light. Chapter 603. What Xiaoling Yu did not know was that regardless of whether it was the Night Demon's godly king experts or the family Zhang's godly kings, they were all trying their best to chase after the colorful shooting star. Although there were many experts chasing after it, Xiaoling Yu was the only one who had a holy weapon grade flying magic treasure. Therefore, he was the fastest. With the fastest speed, it was natural that he would be the first to catch up with the colorful shooting star. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that when he was less than 10,000 feet away from the colorful shooting star suddenly dimmed. After a flash, it disappeared into the dark sky. Originally, Xiaoling Yu's divine sense had already locked onto the colorful meteor from less than 100,000 feet away. He could determine that the colorful meteor had restrained its radiance because the energy it contained was not enough to support its high-speed flight. In other words, after the colorful shooting star made its last teleportation-like teleportation, it should have stopped somewhere not too far away. That last teleportation allowed it to escape from the range of Xiaoling Yu's divine sense in an instant. Xiaoling Yu stowed the tubular saint artifact away and expanded the senses of his soul. He searched for the colorful meteor in the pitch-black night sky. In less than 10 breaths' time, Xiaoling Yu arrived at a mountain peak. This mountain peak was like a volcano. It should be an extinct volcano that did not erupt magma all year round. This was because the crater of the volcano was like a lake that was occupied by blue water. If one were to look down from the sky, the lake at the crater of the volcano was like a blue gem embedded in a mountain peak. The lake was not deep and was so clear that one could see the bottom. Originally, the surface of the lake was only shining with a weak blue light. However, at the center of the lake, there were strands of colorful radiance overflowing. It's really here. Xiaoling Yu's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to jump into the water, he sensed that there were powerful auras coming from the north. His expression changed slightly. They're really fast. Xiaoling Yu frowned slightly, but he still jumped into the water resolutely. The lake was less than 10 feet deep, and at the bottom of the lake, there was a pebble-like rock that shone with a rainbow light. It was only the size of an egg, and it was quietly lying in the mud and sand at the bottom of the lake. It was gradually sinking. If Xiaoling Yu had come a little later, the colorful rock would have completely sunk into the mud. Its colorful radiance would not have leaked out, and Xiaoling Yu would not have been able to find it. There was a large group of experts behind him. Xiaoling Yu could not afford to dawdle. He wrapped the colorful rock with his divine sense and felt that it was not dangerous, so he grabbed it in his hand. The rock surface was soft and smooth, and it was cool to the touch. There was nothing special about it. However, just as Xiaoling Yu was about to put it into his storage ring, it suddenly flashed with a colorful radiance. At the same time, it released an extremely powerful aura. Even Xiaoling Yu, who was on full alert, was pushed a few hundred feet away in an instant. Xiaoling Yu was pushed out of the lake. At this time, the godly king experts of the two clans had already caught up. Although the powerful aura did not hurt Xiaoling Yu, it caused his blood to become chaotic. After stabilizing his body, he could not help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. If Xiaoling Yu wanted to escape now, it would not be too late. However, if he waited a little longer, the large group of godly king experts of the two clans would arrive. By then, It would not be easy for him to escape. If he left just like that, he would definitely not be satisfied. He could feel that the colorful rock was not simple. After thinking about it for a long time, he could not resist the temptation of the treasure and jumped into the water again. Just as he fell into the water, the night demons and Family Zhang's godly king experts had already flown to the surface of the lake. The Family Zhang's godly kings did not hesitate to jump into the lake. The Family Zhang's godly kings should know that the colorful rock was in the lake. The night demons' godly kings reacted a little slower. However, they did not jump into the water. Instead, they surrounded the small lake. Previously, the night demon clan's god king stage experts had wanted to surround the Jiang family's god king stage experts, but unfortunately, the Jiang family didn't give them the opportunity to do so. But now, the night demon clan's god king stage experts had given them such an opportunity. The Family Zhang's godly kings were still a little late. At this time, Xiaolingyu had already grasped the colorful rock in his hand. This time, Xiaolingyu did not try to put it into his storage ring. The colorful rock also did not release its powerful aura to reject him. When the Family Zhang's godly kings saw the colorful rock in Xiaolingyu's hand, they were furious and attacked Xiaolingyu at the same time. Xiaolingyu was already prepared for this. He had already leaped out of the water ahead of time. Boom, 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 boom. The lake water exploded as the 100 godly king experts attacked together. In an instant, the lake water evaporated. Even the volcano's crater disappeared. Xiaolingyu had just jumped out of the water. Before he could rejoice, he sensed that hundreds of black energy arrows were flying towards him from all directions. The night demons' godly kings had attacked together. Their combined attack was not something that Xiaolingyu could withstand. Xiaolingyu was quick-witted in a moment of desperation. He put away the 7-colored stone into his storage magic treasure. Sure enough, the 7-colored stone once again released a powerful aura. Although Xiaolingyu had suffered some serious injuries from the impact of the Night Devil's imposing aura, the impact of the imposing aura helped him to sweep away the hundreds of black energy arrows shot by the Night Devil at the God King stage. The Night Demon's godly king experts did not expect this. While they were still in shock, Xiaolingyu jumped out of the encirclement. The Family Zhang's godly kings flew up. However, they were also met with the combined attack of the night demons. They were completely surrounded and the attacks came from all directions. They did not have time to set up a defense before the black energy arrows shot into the crowd. Perhaps a single Jiang clan god king would be able to withstand the attack of a single black energy arrow. However, when close to 200 black energy arrows exploded in the crowd at the same time, the resulting damage was not as simple as 1 + 1. After the explosion, the Family Zhang's godly kings lost half of their numbers. It could be said that they suffered a heavy loss. What everyone didn't expect was that because the battle here was too fierce and the attacks were too powerful, this volcano that should have been quiet for God knows how many years finally seemed to be enraged and crazily spewed out scorching magma from the underground. The magma of the divine world was not something that a divine monarch expert would dare to touch. Even if a godly king could withstand it for a while, they would not be able to withstand it forever. Therefore, whether it was the Night Demon King or the Family Zhang's godly kings, they all fled in panic. Xiaolingyu took advantage of the chaos and took out his tube-shaped sacred artifact to escape. The tube-shaped sacred artifact's flying speed was not something that an ordinary godly king could catch up to. After flying for 4 hours, Xiaolingyu could be sure that he was safe for the time being. Therefore, he put away his sacred artifact and opened his wings of extreme speed. He flew at his own speed and constantly changed directions. This time, he seemed to have done something big. For his own safety, he flew continuously for 3 months before stopping in a forest. He casually dug out a temporary cave and sealed the entrance of the cave. He let out a long sigh. Now that he was injured, it was not suitable for him to go out or cultivate. The most important thing was to recover from his injuries. Therefore, he mixed a basin of medicinal soup and lay down comfortably in it. Perhaps because he was too tired recently, he gradually fell asleep. He slept for 10 days. When he felt that his injuries had healed and he suddenly woke up, he immediately looked at the rainbow-colored stone that was placed beside the jade bathtub. Splash! Xiao Lingyu suddenly stood up from the basin of clear water. His face was filled with horror. The rainbow-colored stone was still there, but it was constantly emitting rainbow-colored fog. The fog did not dissipate, but it was added to a phantom. This phantom was also in the shape of a human. Its entire body was formed by rainbow-colored spots of light. As the rainbow-colored fog constantly seeped into it, it became more and more solid. This strange situation gave Xiao Lingyu, who had just woken up from his dream, a fright. Gathering his courage, Xiao Lingyu released his soul consciousness and carefully checked the state of this humanoid shadow. What made him feel a little relieved was that this humanoid shadow also didn't have a consciousness, and he couldn't sense any energy fluctuation from it. The rainbow-colored fog kept pouring out, but the rainbow-colored stone's size kept shrinking. Although the rainbow-colored fog was not flowing out quickly, it seemed that the rainbow-colored stone would completely disappear in at most 3 days. Xiao Lingyu did not know if he should stop it. He did not even know what to do. He could only watch helplessly. As expected, the rainbow-colored stone disappeared just after 3 days. Only a rainbow-colored phantom that was not very solid was floating in the cave. Is this human phantom the same as the one in Yueru's body? Xiao Lingyu tilted his head and pondered. It should be the same. If I keep it in my body, it will increase my strength a lot. Xiao Lingyu narrowed his eyes. Although he was sure of this, he did not dare to keep the phantom in his body. Xiao Lingyu stared at the human-shaped shadow for a while with rapt attention. He tried many methods, but to his dismay, he found that he couldn't put the human-shaped shadow into his magic treasure, nor could he move it in the slightest. If he did not try to keep it in his body, then all his previous efforts and risks would be in vain. Naturally, Xiao Lingyu was unwilling to give up. Thus, he made up his mind and decided to keep the phantom in his body. What he didn't expect was that in the beginning, the human-shaped shadow was very cooperative and had drilled into a part of his body, but in less than 10 breaths of time, it actually withdrew completely on its own. No matter how hard Xiao Lingyu tried, the phantom did not enter his body. It even kept a distance from Xiao Lingyu. Why is it like this? Is it looking down on me? Xiao Lingyu was puzzled. Chapter 604. Why is this guy hiding here? Lan Shang stood at the entrance of a sealed cave and wrinkled her nose. Then, she raised her arm and slapped the entrance of the cave with her palm. Boom! After a loud explosion, the entrance of the cave was blasted open. Lang Chong wanted to scare Xiao Lingyu, so she entered the cave. However, after a while, Lang Chong, who was prepared, screamed and retreated out of the cave. This guy is so shameless. He's naked in broad daylight. He must have known that I'm here and did this on purpose. Lang Chang's face was full of anger. Her small chest was heaving up and down. It was not that Xiao Lingyu was naked on purpose. When he woke up, he was frightened by the colorful figure and forgot to put on a shirt. After that, he was fully focused on observing the figure and trying to absorb it into his body. There were no outsiders in the cave, so he did not think about putting on a shirt. If it were not for the fact that he was so focused, he would have reacted to Lang Chang's arrival. When Lang Chang suddenly barged into the cave, Xiao Lingyu was really shocked. He thought that it was a family Jiang expert who had chased after him. When he saw that it was a young girl who came in and then retreated, he put on a long robe and walked out of the cave cautiously. It's you. When Xiao Lingyu saw Lang Chang, he was very surprised and shocked. Oof. You lecher. Why did you tease me? Lang Chang asked angrily. No, definitely not. It was purely an accident. Xiao Lingyu knew what Lang Chang meant and quickly explained. Why were you sneaking around the cave just now? Lang Chang asked as he walked towards the cave. Nothing. Xiao Lingyu instinctively blocked the entrance of the cave. Why? You don't want me to go in. You must be up to no good. Lang Chang smiled and waved his arm gently. A 5-color divine light enveloped Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu was caught off guard and was surrounded by the 5-color divine light. However, he only released his chaos divine power, and the five-color divine light was dispersed. Xiao Lingyu had seen Jiang Lan Yue use the five-color divine light in the ancient god's cave in the cultivation world. At that time, she thought that it was very powerful, but now it seemed that it was just so. However, Lang Chong had already gotten past Xiao Lingyu's obstruction and entered the cave. Xiao Lingyu followed him anxiously. He wasn't sure if Lang Chong would be able to recognize the human-shaped shadow. God Emperor Void Spirit. Why is it rainbow-colored? Could it be left behind by my family Jiang God Emperor? How can my family Jiang's God Emperor end up like this? Xiao Lingyu had just entered the cave when he heard Lang Chong muttering to himself. Naturally, his heart sank. Suddenly, Lang Chong turned around and faced Xiao Lingyu. He stared at Xiao Lingyu and asked, "How did this come about?" Seeing that Lang Chang's expression was not right, Xiao Lingyu was more or less nervous. He was not afraid, but a little guilty. He said, "A few days ago, I was hunting night demons at night. Suddenly, I saw a rainbow-colored meteor streaking across the sky. I was curious, so I chased after it. In the end, I found a rainbow-colored stone, and then it came about." Lang Chang's gaze softened a little. He muttered to himself, "That's right. With your cultivation, how could you kill a god emperor? What kind of existence is this?" Xiao Lingyu followed and asked, "This is the God Emperor Void Spirit. Only God Emperor experts have it. However, under normal circumstances, early and middle stage God Emperors can only rely on the explosion of energy in their body to create a God Emperor Void Spirit. Only late stage God Emperors have a God Emperor Void Spirit in their body. As long as the God Emperor Void Spirit is not extinguished, they will not die," Lang Chong calmly explained, but his eyes were fixed on the rainbow-colored human figure. After a while, he said, "This God Emperor Void Spirit should be left behind by my family Jiang God Emperor. My family Jiang's direct descendants cultivate the nine-colored colored glass divine art. When they reach the God Emperor realm, the God Emperor Void Spirit will be rainbow-colored." Hearing Lang Chang's explanation, Xiao Lingyu was certain in his heart. This rainbow-colored human figure of the God Emperor Void Spirit was left behind by the family Jiang God Emperor. He found it hard to imagine. That family Jiang God Emperor was clearly chasing after the God Emperor Night demons. So how could he self-destruct on the spot? What's the use of this God Emperor Void Spirit? Xiao Lingyu asked carefully. The God Emperor Void Spirit is actually a kind of inheritance. If you absorb the God Emperor Void Spirit into your body, as long as you don't encounter any major accidents, you can easily break through to the God Emperor realm. It's just that the formation of a God Emperor Void Spirit requires an early and middle stage God Emperor Void Spirit to self-destruct. If they're not in complete despair, why would such an expert self-destruct? And late-stage God Emperor Void Spirits would work hard to break through to the Saint God realm, so they would definitely not give their God Emperor Void Spirits to others. Thus, even a top-notch clan like my family Jiang would not give their God Emperor Void Spirits to the elite disciples of the clan. Lang Chang's impression of Xiao Lingyu was not bad, so he explained in detail. "Will there be any side effects if I absorb the God Emperor Void Spirit into my body?" Xiao Lingyu asked again. "Under normal circumstances, there won't be any side effects. As long as the cultivation techniques of both parties do not conflict with each other, there shouldn't be any problems. I don't know much about God Emperor Void Spirits. God Emperor Void Spirits rarely appear in the God world. Very few cultivators are able to obtain a God Emperor Void Spirit. Those cultivators who do obtain one also don't talk too much about their feelings." Lan Shang shook her head. If the cultivation techniques conflict, it will also cause the cultivator to be unable to absorb the God Emperor Void Spirit. No wonder. Xiao Lingyu frowned. Lang Chong looked at Xiao Lingyu. Even though he still had some childishness on his face, he gave others a feeling of being an old man. "You must have tried to absorb this God Emperor Void Spirit before, but you didn't succeed, right?" Lang Chong cleverly asked. Xiao Lingyu nodded gloomily. "Humph." Lang Chong suddenly snorted, saying, This god emperor void spirit was left behind by the self-detonation of a god emperor from my family Jiang. Naturally, it belongs to my family Jiang. Why do you have a try in vain to get share of it? This should be considered as my opportunity, Xiaoling Yu said with difficulty. After all, this little girl had saved him before. After all, this little girl was Jiang Lanyue's little sister. After all, what she said made some sense. Xiaoling Yu really did not want to compete with Lang Chong. Furthermore, the family Jiang had lost a god emperor. This little girl must be feeling very sad. However, you were able to transfer this god emperor void spirit and are willing to hand it over to my family Jiang. This can be considered a great merit. When I return, I will explain the situation to my father. Then, you won't have to leave Yong and to avoid being hunted down by our family Jiang's experts. Lang Chong said in a very righteous manner. Wait, when did I say that I was willing to hand this god emperor void spirit over to the family Jiang? Just now, you said that the family Jiang's experts are going to hunt me down. What do you mean by that? Why do I have to leave Yong'an? Xiaoling Yu couldn't react for a moment. She asked repeatedly. Cousin Mao Zheng has already reported the crime of you retreating from the front lines without permission to the family Jiang. Right now, you're the target of our family Jiang's full pursuit. If you don't leave Yong'an, do you think you have the ability to resist the pursuit of our family Jiang's experts? Lang Chong first replied, then said, As for this god Emperor Void Spirit, it was originally left behind by our family Jiang's experts. Since you can't absorb it, it means that you're not fated with it. If you don't hand it over to our family Jiang, what are you going to do? Don't tell me you want to fight me? It wasn't easy for me. I took a huge risk to snatch it from the hands of more than 200 Night Demons God King experts. Xiaoling Yu mumbled unhappily. If he really gave the God Emperor Void Spirit to the family Jiang, Xiaoling Yu wasn't unwilling. At least, he could still accept it in his heart for the sake of Jiang Lanyue. After all, it was useless for him to keep it. Furthermore, Lang Chong had saved his life before. If he gave the God Emperor Void Spirit to Lang Chong would definitely have made a great contribution by bringing it back to the family. In this way, he could be considered to have repaid Lang Chong. When Lang Chong saw that Xiaoling Yu didn't strongly object, she was very satisfied. She didn't say anything else, nor did she ask Xiaoling Yu for his opinion. She immediately stretched out her small hand and used a suction force on the God Emperor Void Spirit. As expected, the humanoid figure slowly drilled into Lan Shang's palm and disappeared. Then, in front of Xiaoling Yu, Lang Chong spent a lot of effort to force the God Emperor Void Spirit out of her body. Seeing that everything was fine, Lang Chang's expression finally relaxed. The family lost a God Emperor. I can't play outside for too long. I have to hurry back. Otherwise, father will scold me. Lang Chong tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she said to Xiaoling Yu, Sister and I are in Yangon City. Do you know how to get to Yangon City? Xiaoling Yu nodded. Then come and play with us when you're free. Sister misses you very much. Lang Chong said with good intentions. Your sister, is she all right? Xiaoling Yu asked. Very good. What made Xiaoling Yu gloomy was that Lan Shang only replied with these two words before running out of the cave like a wisp of smoke. When he came out of the cave again, Lan Shang was long gone. Lang Chong had already flown far away. Stepping on a colorful cloud, she muttered, The one who died must be that old ghost, great elder. That old guy loves to put on airs. He likes to meddle in everything. He also often says that I'm stubborn and useless. Now he's dead. I have to hurry back and bring that old ghost God Emperor Void Spirit back. Father will definitely praise me. I'm so lucky this time. I casually came out to play and picked up such a great merit. If Father is happy and rewards me with this God Emperor Void Spirit, I'll have profited greatly. Ha! At this moment, the family Zhang's God Kings who were being chased by more than 200 Night Demon King were gathered in a hidden cave. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They originally had close to 100 people, but now there were less than 30 of them left. Furthermore, all of them were injured and in a sorry state. Situ Maozheng was also among the 30 people. His injuries weren't very serious, but he seemed to be very worried. This time, Situ Maojing knew that it was very dangerous. He also felt that it was very strange. He couldn't understand why the patriarch would let him participate in such a dangerous mission. After all, he was an elite expert that the family had focused on nurturing. Although he didn't understand, he was still very smart. From the beginning to the end, he didn't fight with all his strength, nor did he display too much strength. This was because he knew that the hunter would shoot the bird that stood out. When the experts of the two clans were fighting, if he performed too conspicuously, he would definitely die very quickly. Chapter 605. According to the news, the experts of the night demons have retreated. Should we return to Yong'an City? One of the family Jiang Divine Kings asked. If we go back now, I'm afraid we will be punished by the family head. Situ Maojing shook his head and said, this time, we came out to assist the Great Elder in killing the enemy. But now, the Great Elder is dead, and we have lost so many God-King stage powerhouses. The Patriarch must be furious. The most important thing is that the Great Elder left behind the God Emperor Hollow Spirit, but we couldn't bring it back. Then what should we do? The family Jiang Divine King asked. The Great Elder and many other experts have died. We can't do anything about it. However, if we can bring the Great Elder's Hollow Spirit back, I'm sure the family head won't blame us. Situ Maojing said calmly. Then we will listen to Brother Situ. But where can we find the Great Elder's Hollow Spirit? The family Jiang Divine King said with difficulty. Although I don't know where to find it, I know who took the Great Elder's Hollow Spirit. As long as we find that person, we can find the Great Elder's Hollow Spirit. Situ Maojing narrowed his eyes and said, that's good. If we don't have a target, even if we are Divine Kings, it will be difficult to search Yong'an City. The family Jiang Divine King replied, that person is not weak. We must act together. Now that we are all injured, let's go to a high-level city to recuperate. Then, we will inform the other cities to pay attention to that person. Once we find his whereabouts, we will kill him together. Situ Maojing said with a cold smile. Xiao Lingyu was originally worried about the Jiang family's elites chasing after him. However, Lan Shang had returned with the God Emperor Hollow Spirit. She would definitely exonerate him. He guessed that the Jiang family would not send anyone after him. After all, a God Emperor Hollow Spirit was more than enough to offset the crime of disobeying orders. Of course, in Xiao Lingyu's heart, not listening to orders and not sending himself to death was not a crime. The cultivators of the Night Devil clan had already retreated, so Xiao Lingyu did not need to rely on hunting Night Devil to earn divine level stones anymore. However, he had enough divine level stones and could casually exchange the head of any Night Devil King for a large amount of divine level stones. Xiao Lingyu had nothing to do, so she continued to search for the material she needed in the large and medium-sized cities. Searching for materials required luck and time, which could not be rushed at all. However, Xiao Lingyu had to consider how to upgrade her physical body to the level of a supreme-grade divine artifact. Xiao Lingyu knew of two types of body tempering techniques. One was to transform one's body and soul, and the other was to temper one's body through fire. The transformation of one's body and soul required the blood of high-grade demonic beasts to complete, but Xiao Lingyu didn't have any. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of demonic beast blood was suitable. Previously, he had already used the blood of the super divine beast, the five-clawed golden dragon. If he wanted to rely on the transformation of his body and soul to improve the quality of his physical body, he would need an even higher grade demonic beast. In this narrow god realm, this task was really too difficult to complete. In this way, the method of tempering one's body through fire should be more reliable and feasible. However, it wasn't easy to find a flame that could temper a supreme-grade divine artifact. The brilliant white flame in the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron was a very high-grade flame, but its power could even suppress a divine artifact. Xiao Lingyu didn't dare to use it to temper his body. He reckoned that his body would be turned to ashes not long after it touched his body. Xiao Lingyu walked through the large and medium-sized cities to search for materials while collecting information about high-grade flames. What he didn't expect was that it was actually relatively easy to collect information about high-grade flames. Many jade slips recorded the origins of high-grade flames, but most of them were unsubstantiated legends. However, there was one piece of information that was conclusive and didn't seem to be fake. In one of the jade slips, it mentioned that in the depths of the floating Cataclysm Mountains, there was a high-grade flame that even supreme-grade divine artifacts couldn't withstand for a long period of time. The reason why this information was more credible was because the jade slips recorded many characteristics of that flame, and it also described in detail the fact that the experts of Yong and had fought over that flame. Such information shouldn't be fake or a legend. Although at that time, countless experts of Yong and even god emperors had not been able to obtain that flame, Xiao Lingyu still decided to give it a try. The floating Cataclysm Mountains was an extremely vast mountain range. Among all the mountain ranges in Yong, and it could be ranked in the top 3 famous mountain ranges. The central region in the depths of the mountains was also considered one of the famous danger zones in Yong, and Xiao Lingyu purchased a high-grade jade slip that recorded the topography of the floating Cataclysm Mountains, then left the city and set off for the floating Cataclysm Mountains. However, not long after Xiao Lingyu left the city, he discovered that someone was following him. However, the person following him was only a mid-god monarch. Xiao Lingyu originally planned on dealing with the god monarch following him after leaving the city for a while. However, he never thought that the person would follow him out of the city. As soon as he took to the air, the person turned around and left. Xiao Lingyu did not take this to heart. He only changed his path slightly and constantly changed directions, moving in circles to avoid trouble. Less than 2 days after Xiao Lingyu left the city, Situ Maojing brought over a dozen god kings from family Jiang to the city he had been in before. After some investigation, they guessed that he wanted to go to the floating Cataclysm Mountains. The owner of the last store he had stayed in before leaving the city revealed to Situ Maojing and the other god kings from family Jiang that he had purchased a jade slip for the floating Cataclysm Mountains. Before he came here, he even went around searching for information about high-grade flames. Could it be that he's preparing to go to the depths of the floating Cataclysm Mountains for the looming shadow fire? Situ Maojing said with a slightly surprised expression. Then he's really looking to die. Even god emperors can't take down the looming shadow fire. If he really finds the looming shadow fire, he'll probably pay with his life. A god king from family Jiang said with certainty. No matter what, we have to follow him. Even if he's killed by the looming shadow fire, the god emperor void spirit will remain in the depths of the floating Cataclysm Mountains. Furthermore, if he really manages to subdue the looming shadow fire, we just have to cause trouble in the meantime. He'll definitely fail. Situ Maojing said with a sinister smile. And so, the group of close to 20 god kings from family Jiang headed towards the floating Cataclysm Mountains. They also knew the approximate location of the looming shadow fire, so they didn't need to follow Xiao Lingyu closely. The dangers of the outer perimeter of the floating Cataclysm Mountains were not worth mentioning to Xiao Lingyu. Those heavenly god and god monarch stage demonic beasts couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xiao Lingyu. Even if he encountered a god king stage demonic beast, as long as it wasn't a late stage expert, Xiao Lingyu could defeat it without using a saint weapon. But the floating Cataclysm Mountains was simply too big. Even if he rushed at full speed, Xiao Lingyu still took close to 200 years to reach the central danger zone of the floating Cataclysm Mountains. Xiao Lingyu slowed down and appeared to be very careful. It was said that there were god emperor stage demonic beasts in this danger zone. Although it wasn't easy to encounter them, and god emperor stage demonic beasts wouldn't move easily, it was still better to be careful. Even if god emperor stage demonic beasts didn't move, there were still a large number of god king stage demonic beasts. Just as Situ Maojing predicted, Xiao Lingyu's target was the looming shadow fire. He also knew that the looming shadow fire was sentient and possessed a certain level of intelligence and battle awareness. Not only could it hide, but could also attack any cultivator or demonic beast that dared to approach it. Most importantly, although the looming shadow fire was a powerful high-grade flame, it was like a shadow. Not only did it move at an extremely fast speed, but it was also like a ghost. Its body flickered, making it hard for people to lock onto it. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to a sneak attack or escape. The looming shadow fire's sensing ability was also very strong. This allowed it to avoid the pursuit of God Emperor stage powerhouses from afar. Coupled with its extreme speed and strange movement, many God Emperor stage powerhouses could only return in disappointment. The looming shadow fire was usually hidden in the dark, but there were too many dark places in this mountain range. When the looming shadow fire was hidden, even God Emperor stage powerhouses would have a hard time finding it. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu could only wait for the looming shadow fire to come out to find it. The central region of the floating Su mountain range was also not small. Although the serene shadow flame was definitely within this region and would frequently come out, to encounter it, one would still need a period of continuous time, and even more so required a decent amount of luck. Xiaoling Yu was quite patient. He concealed his aura and quietly walked in the forest where the God King stage demonic beasts were rampant. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily attack. A single God King stage demonic beast couldn't stop him. If he was not careful, he would be surrounded by a large group of God King stage demonic beasts. He would use the Saint Tool Yin-Yang Mirror to create 4 monsters to help him escape. The looming shadow fire was very difficult to find. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoling Yu had been here for almost 10 years. He was very careful, but he still couldn't find it. Xiaoling Yu didn't find the looming shadow fire, but he found that many God King stage powerhouses had their eyes on him. When he saw Situ Maozheng, he knew that these God King stage powerhouses were from the family Jiang. Did that little girl not speak up for me? Or did the family Jiang not thank me for returning the God Emperor Void Spirit? Xiaoling Yu was a little confused. Xiaoling Yu knew that these family Jiang Divine Kings had their eyes on him. They definitely didn't have good intentions. Xiaoling Yu had to be careful and not give them a chance to surround him. The family Jiang Divine Kings didn't have the intention to attack immediately. They just stared at Xiaoling Yu from afar, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. Since they had gathered together, Xiaoling Yu didn't dare to rush in and fight with them directly. There were a few times when Xiaoling Yu used the special environment here to get rid of the family Jiang Divine Kings. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to move quickly and didn't want to leave this place for a while. Therefore, it didn't take long for the family Jiang Divine Kings to find him again. Chapter 606. Rather than saying that Xiaoling Yu had found the Nether Shadow Flame, it was more accurate to say that the Nether Shadow Flame had deliberately found him. On a dark night, Xiaoling Yu was rejoicing that he had once again escaped the pursuit of the family Jiang Divine King. Just as he leaned against a tree and was about to rest, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling and scorching aura from the top of the tree. Xiaoling Yu knew that this strange feeling was one of the important characteristics of the Nether Shadow Flame. Therefore, even though it was a sneak attack, he was still very happy. Whoosh! The primal chaos, primordial fire instantly gushed out from the top of Xiaoling Yu's head. The scorching heat instantly burned the surrounding trees and flowers into nothingness. The Nether Shadow Flame, which seemed to be invisible, immediately revealed its complete form after colliding with the primal chaos primordial fire. Even the Nether Shadow Flame could not destroy the primal chaos primordial fire in an instant. This gave Xiaoling Yu the opportunity to dodge to the side. Xiaoling Yu had just dodged a few meters away when the primal chaos primordial fire that he had released dissipated into little sparks and then extinguished. At this time, Xiaoling Yu could clearly see that a dark ball of flame, like a thin ring of smoke, was suspended in the place where he had just been. This flame was the Nether Shadow Flame, a high-level flame that even God Emperor stage powerhouses could not capture. The Nether Shadow Flame's sensing ability was very strong. It did not go near God Emperor stage powerhouses, nor did it go near large groups of God King stage powerhouses. However, if it discovered a single God King, it would mercilessly kill him. As for cultivators below the God King stage, they would not be able to come here. Since the Nether Shadow Flame had chosen to sneak attack Xiao Yu, it meant that it was confident in killing Xiao Yu. Therefore, it did not escape even though it had not killed him. After that, the Nether Shadow Flame disappeared in a flash. However, it released an aura similar to that of Divine Sense and locked onto Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu followed his plan and quickly escaped with the Nether Shadow Flame. Not long after, Xiao Yu arrived in front of a deep and serene cave. Then, she resolutely rushed into the cave. He had been to this cave before. He had carefully selected it to deal with the Nether Shadow Fire. The cave was very long and deep, but Xiao Yu knew that there was no danger inside, so he moved very quickly. That serene shadow flame must have thought that the other party was just fleeing in panic to avoid its attacks, so it chased after them all the way to this cave. At this moment, Shadow Fire was like a stubborn hunter. It would not stop until it knocked down its prey. It was precisely because Xiao Yu knew this characteristic of Shadow Fires that he dared to advance without worrying about Shadow Fire retreating halfway. The cave extended deep into the ground. Xiao Yu walked for nearly 4 hours before she finally reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave, there was an underground magma lake that wasn't very big. Waves of scorching hot air blew against his face. In this underground magma lake, the temperature was extremely high. Even if a middle-grade god weapon was thrown in, it would probably melt in a short period of time. It was precisely because this magma lake could only make Xiao Yu feel that the temperature was high, but it couldn't hurt him, that he came here. The Nether Shadow Flame also chased after him. It was a little happy. Near the magma lake, its strength would increase. This environment was very suitable for it to fight. Xiao Yu also knew that the battle strength of a high-grade flame would increase a lot in this place. However, he didn't want to fight with the Nether Shadow Flame. Even God Emperors couldn't defeat the Nether Shadow Flame through battle, so he naturally couldn't. The reason he chose this place was because the Nether Shadow Flame couldn't hide here. The waves of scorching hot air released by the magma lake could make the Nether Shadow Flame's tracks very obvious. As long as the Nether Shadow Flame's tracks weren't hard to predict, Xiao Yu would be able to subdue it. Using normal methods to subdue a high-grade flame, one would first have to trap it, then intimidate its fire spirit and make it submit out of fear. This was a normal method that many God Emperors had tried in the past, but they couldn't trap it. As if to prevent Xiao Yu from escaping again, the Nether Shadow Flame blocked the entrance of the cave. It didn't mind being completely exposed. With a slight sway, the magma lake revealed a magma fire dragon and swept toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu casually used the primal chaos true fire to destroy the fire dragon. However, he didn't take any further action. He just stood there and waited for the Nether Shadow Flame to continue attacking. The Nether Shadow Flame trembled. Then, Xiao Yu felt the surrounding fire energy become active. Then, it kept pressing towards him, and it seemed very violent. A large amount of fire energy gathered together. They combined in a special way and naturally formed a special fire domain. The power of this domain gradually increased. Xiao Yu found it difficult to resist, so he followed the plan and took out the saint weapon Yin Yang Mirror. The 4 illusory monsters' 4 symbols domain could resist the fire domain. Xiao Yu was still standing in the same place, unharmed. The Nether Shadow Flame felt that its dignity had been greatly insulted. It continued to use the surrounding fire energy to strengthen the fire domain. At the same time, it personally rushed toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu wanted it to rush over. He pretended to be afraid and kept retreating with the 4 illusory monsters until they reached a corner deep in a magma lake. Behind him was a hard and scalding stone wall. Xiao Yu was already in a dangerous situation where he had nowhere to run. The Nether Shadow Flame pressed on. At this point, the powerful fire domain it created could already suppress the 4 symbols domain. If Xiao Yu was an ordinary God King expert, the Nether Shadow Flame's fire domain alone could easily kill him. If the fire domain's power was increased to the maximum, even an emperor god would find it a little troublesome. The four symbols domain was almost unable to hold on. Xiao Yu took out the saint weapon, the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. He used his mind to communicate with the saint weapon, allowing it to transform into an eight-legged monster at any time. Suddenly, the four symbols domain finally collapsed under the powerful suppression of the fire domain. The four illusory monsters, who could have attacked the nether shadow flame and were not afraid of it, disappeared along with the four symbols domain under Xiao Yu's command. The nether shadow flame felt that this was an opportunity. It seemed to have lost its patience to continue fighting with Xiao Yu. It did not feel the powerful aura of the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. It immediately rushed over. At this moment, the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron suddenly turned into an eight-legged monster bathed in fire. It quickly withdrew its power. The eight-legged monster's power decreased. The bright white flame's power exploded and released white fire snakes. Xiao Yu was prepared for this. He had already hidden inside the tubular saint weapon. The bright white fire snakes instantly surrounded the nether shadow flame. Xiao Yu used his mind to communicate with the eight-legged monster, allowing it to gradually increase its power. The eight-legged monster's power slowly increased. The bright white flame's power naturally decreased. When the bright white flame's power decreased to the point where it could no longer trap the nether shadow flame, Xiao Yu asked the eight-legged monster to stop. He also walked out of the tubular saint weapon. At this moment, the eight-legged monster, the bright white flame, and the nether shadow flame had reached a special state of equilibrium. They gathered together and seemed to be suppressing each other. However, they were unable to show too much power. Xiao Yu had actually almost reached his goal. According to his original plan, he could have used his technique to refine the nether shadow flame on the spot. However, when he thought of the family Jiang God Kings, he gave up on his original plan. Although he had shaken off the family Jiang God Kings, who knew when they would come here. If they came and Xiao Yu was at a crucial moment in refining the nether shadow flame, not only would his plan be completely ruined, he might even lose his life. As a result, Xiao Yu began refining the bright white flame like before. Almost 10 days later, the bright white flame gave up on suppressing the eight-legged monster and the nether shadow flame like before. It lunged toward Xiao Yu. However, just as the bright white flame moved, the eight-legged monster transformed into the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. The cauldron released a powerful suction force and sucked the bright white flame and the nether shadow flame, which couldn't escape in time, into the cauldron's stomach. It's a success. Xiao Yu immediately felt a lot more relaxed. After putting away the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron, he walked out of the cave for a distance before sitting down cross-legged. Every time he pretended to refine the bright white flame, Xiao Yu would expend a lot of blood essence and soul power. In such a dangerous place, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition at all times. Fortunately, the family Jiang God Kings didn't come looking for him during the 10 days he pretended to refine the bright white flame. Unfortunately, he meditated for less than 2 days before the family Jiang God Kings came looking for him again. Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't give them the chance to trap him in the cave. He decisively rushed out of the cave and unfurled his wings of extreme speed to escape at full speed. Brother Mao Zheng, he doesn't seem to be in good condition. Should we make a move? A family Jiang God King asked. Situ Mao Zheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Now isn't the best time. He hasn't encountered the nether shadow flame yet. He's probably not in good condition because he just fought with the God King monster here." This group of family Jiang God Kings followed Situ Mao Zheng's lead, so they didn't rush to make a move after hearing his opinion. Situ Mao Zheng and the other family Jiang God Kings would never have thought that Xiao Yu had already taken down the nether shadow flame. Xiao Yu could have thought of another way to shake off these family Jiang God Kings, then take out a saint artifact and flee far away. However, these family Jiang God Kings were relentless in their pursuit, which made Xiao Yu very angry. He had only disobeyed orders and hadn't committed any heinous crimes. Was there a need for the family Jiang to mobilize so many people to hunt him down? Chapter 607. If I don't give them a taste of their own medicine, they won't know what pain is and won't give up on hunting me down. I've already returned the God Emperor Su Ling to their family Jiang, but they're still hunting me down. They've gone too far. As Shaolin Yu moved quickly, he used all sorts of high-tier pills and ingredients to recover his strength. In fact, he could guess that these family Jiang God Kings were most likely going to attack him while he was dealing with the Nether Shadow Hua. Therefore, he did not leave this dangerous forest and gave them the false impression that he was still searching for the Nether Shadow Hua. Shaolin Yu's focus had already shifted from searching for the Nether Shadow Hua to dealing with these family Jiang God Kings. Therefore, he was also waiting for the right time like these family Jiang God Kings. Fighting them head-on was definitely not going to work. To deal with these family Jiang God Kings, Shaolin Yu could only attack them one at a time. In other words, Shaolin Yu had to wait for these family Jiang God Kings to disperse before he could make his move. However, these family Jiang God Kings seemed to know that they were no match for Shaolin Yu alone, so they did not disperse. Even if they did, they would not be too far apart. Since he had already completed his mission, Shaolin Yu was not stupid enough to give the family Jiang God Kings a chance to surround him. He was more than happy to continue wasting time with them. After all, he was only one person. He was a small target and would not attract the attention of a large group of Monster Beast experts or Monster Beast experts. The 20 or so Monster Beast experts seemed strong and safe, but in reality, they were more dangerous. Just as Shaolin Yu had expected, he led the Jiang family's godly kings around the forest for half a year. Finally, a dozen godly kings stage demonic beasts discovered him and the Jiang family's godly kings. These God King monster beasts looked exactly the same. They were probably of the same species. They were all covered in thick, pitch-black fur and were all fat. They were like small black hills. When they advanced together, they gave off a feeling of invincibility. The appearance of this group of demonic beasts looked similar to wild boars, but their size was obviously much, much larger. These monster boars are probably from the same mother. They're all kind of strange things. More than 10 monster boars can cultivate to the God King level. Moreover, their cultivation speed is not bad at all. Shaolin Yu praised them. Then, he decisively dodged to the side. Just as Shaolin Yu had expected, the group of black pig demons did not seek trouble with him. Instead, they chose to attack the divine kings of the Jiang family, who had more people and seemed to be more of a threat. The God Kings from the family Jiang God Kings were very well. Even though they were retreating, they still were not panicked and did not spread out. Their monster beast T of Cestes of Godzestes. TT. TTTS this alt T. With that, the God Kings from the family Jiang God Kings could not avoid being caught up. Looking at the monster boars soaring in the sky, Shaolin Yu suddenly thought of 2 words, flying divine boars. Shaolin Yu did not hide too far away. He followed the monster boars and chased after the family Jiang God Kings. Among the God Kings from the family Jiang, there were many who were extremely fast. They could escape the monster boars' attacks. However, if the fast ones were to escape first, their overall strength would be greatly reduced. The remaining God Kings would be in even more danger. At such a critical moment, the God Kings from the family Jiang God Kings were still very united. They stayed close to each other. Knowing that they could not escape, they finally stopped and attacked the monster boars that were charging at them. A great battle ensued. 15 monster boars attacked the 18 God Kings from the family Jiang God Kings ferociously. Although they did not have the advantage in numbers, the 15 monster boars gathered together and formed a black energy shield around them. No matter how the God Kings from the family Jiang God Kings attacked, they were unable to break through the black energy shield. Even Situ Maojing's supreme-grade divine weapon Silver Spear was bounced back far away after hitting the black energy shield. Shaolin Yu could tell that the 15 monster boars were good at forming a formation. They probably trained together often. That black energy shield was difficult to break through even with supreme-grade divine weapons. It was fine if their defense was so strong, but the black monster boar's divine light could also gather together in an instant to form a black rainbow. It was extremely powerful. Wherever the black rainbow passed, the stable space of the god realm would vibrate violently. It was as if a god emperor was attacking. Such an attack sent chills down the god kings from the family Jiang god king spines. Xiaoling Yu could not help but retreat further away. Home. Under the combined efforts of the god kings from the family Jiang god kings, the black rainbow exploded 100 zhang in front of them. It immediately caused the surrounding space of the god realm to boil. Waves of powerful aura surged out, causing the few god kings from the family Jiang god kings to retreat while spurting blood. Their formation is too strong. We can't fight them head-on. We need to split up and lure them to split up. Situ Maozheng said after assessing the situation. What if they don't split up? A god king from the family Jiang asked. If the monster boars did not split up, they would definitely target one or a few god kings from the family Jiang. If that happened, the god kings from the family Jiang who were being chased would be in danger. They would most likely die in this forest. Then we'll just have to rely on our luck. If we don't split up, we'll all die here. Situ Maozheng said helplessly. The monster boar's attack was still ongoing. The situation was critical, so the god kings from the family Jiang could not afford to dawdle or think of a countermeasure. After Situ Maozheng said that, he took the lead and flew away. Originally, the god kings from the family Jiang god kings gathered together and could still hold on for a while. However, with a few of them flying away in an instant, the strength of their defensive formation was greatly reduced. Not long after Situ Maozheng flew away, 2 god kings from the family Jiang god kings were struck by the monster boar's black rainbows due to their slow reactions. They died on the spot. The god kings from the family Jiang god kings split up and fled. However, the monster boars did not split up to chase after them. They only aimed in one direction and flew in that direction together. Xiaoling Yu did not hold much grudge against the other god kings from the family Jiang. At this moment, he naturally chased after Situ Maozheng. The god kings from the family Jiang knew that splitting up was extremely disadvantageous for them. Therefore, when Situ Maozheng saw that no monster boars were chasing after him, he took out his communication pearl and sent a message to the other god kings, asking them to gather together. At this moment, the god kings from the family Jiang had split up not long ago. It was very easy for them to gather together again. Before Xiaoling Yu even took action, 3 more god kings from the family Jiang appeared beside Situ Maozheng. What Xiaoling Yu and Situ Maozheng didn't expect was that in less than 100 breaths of time, the group of pig demons had actually charged over. In front of the monster boars, there was a god king from the family Jiang. The god king from the family Jiang was very fast. He was only slightly slower than the monster boars. Therefore, the monster boars would not be able to catch up to him in a short period of time. However, they would catch up to him sooner or later. He probably knew that he would not be able to escape from danger. Therefore, he moved closer to them. He wanted the other god kings from the family Jiang to share the danger with him. At this moment of danger, the god king from the family Jiang did not sacrifice himself to buy time for his fellow god kings to escape. Protecting his own life was the most important thing. Although Situ Maozheng was furious, he could only curse and tell everyone to split up again. Unfortunately, this time, the group of pig demons chose to pursue Situ Maozheng. Situ Maozheng's speed was slightly slower than the monster boars. Although they would not be able to catch up to him in a short period of time, they would not be able to shake him off either. Not long after, Situ Maozheng also received the message to gather. He did not have the courage to sacrifice himself. He actually led the monster boars to meet up with them. In the end, everyone had to split up again. The monster boars seemed to think that Situ Maozheng would not be easy to catch up to, so they chose another target. After splitting up this time, no one had any plans to gather together again. They all focused on escaping on their own. Even if they received the message to gather together, no one ran over again. At this moment, the god kings from the family Jiang had completely split up. Xiaoling Yu's opportunity had arrived. Xiaoling Yu's speed was not as fast as Situ Maozheng's, but he took out his tube-shaped sacred artifact to chase after him. However, He did not stop Situ Maozheng too early. He was worried that his battle with Situ Maozheng would attract the attention of the monster boars. It was only after they left the central danger zone of the floating Su mountain range that Xiao Lingyu used his tube-shaped sacred artifact to speed up and stop Situ Maozheng. Actually, Situ Maozheng already knew that Xiao Lingyu was following behind him. Firstly, he was not afraid of fighting Xiao Lingyu one-on-one. Secondly, after he sent the message, no one came to meet up with him. Thus, he could only face Xiao Lingyu alone. "You are much braver than I thought," Situ Maozheng said to Xiao Lingyu after he stopped. "Your family Zhang's God King is much more cowardly than I thought." Xiao Lingyu replied indifferently. "Umph. Don't tell me you are only capable of talking?" Situ Maozheng snorted coldly. "I will show you what I am capable of today." As he spoke, Xiao Lingyu did not delay and took out his sacred artifact, the yin-yang mirror. Xiao Lingyu was not sure if other family Zhang's God Kings would come to meet up with Situ Maozheng. Thus, he needed to end this battle quickly. 4 shadowy monsters appeared and quickly moved forward, surrounding Situ Maozheng. Situ Maozheng did not dodge. He knew that he could not avoid these 4 monsters. He directly took out a row of supreme-grade defensive sacred artifacts that looked like bamboo slips and protected his entire body. Then, he threw out his silver spear. The attacks of the 4 monsters could not break through the defense of the supreme-grade sacred artifact. Situ Maozheng used his consciousness to control the silver spear, which transformed into a long dragon, to attack Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu had seen the power of the silver spear. If he wanted to defeat the silver spear, he would have to use some extreme methods. Chapter 608. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar reverberated throughout the central region of the floating Katkin mountain range. A mighty dragon's aura spread in all directions, causing the nearby demon beasts to involuntarily prostrate themselves and tremble in fear. After activating the formless gigantic demon art, Xiao Lingyu transformed into a giant golden dragon. Its body was over 10,000 feet long, and its entire body was shining with golden light. Compared to the giant golden dragon that Xiao Lingyu had transformed into, the silver dragon that the silver spear had transformed into was much smaller. Furthermore, the aura and dragon's aura that the two of them exuded was also very different. While Situ Maozheng was still in a daze, the giant golden dragon waved its dragon claw and viciously slapped the head of the silver dragon. The silver dragon that had been incomparably ferocious a moment ago was now directly sent flying far away. The reason why the silver spear could transform into a silver dragon was because of the dragon soul of a divine king-stage silver dragon that was sealed within it. With the dragon soul as the weapon spirit, this supreme gray divine tool was able to transform and become so powerful. However, the silver dragon's bloodline was inferior to the golden dragon's. Furthermore, Xiao Lingyu's body was surging with the noble aura of a super divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. This caused the dragon soul weapon spirit of the spear to be extremely fearful of it. Naturally, its battle prowess was greatly reduced. Even though Situ Maozheng had already regained his senses, no matter how he controlled the silver dragon with his divine sense, its attacks were still somewhat messy and powerless. Again and again, it was slapped down to the ground by the giant golden dragon. After suffering a few consecutive heavy blows, the silver dragon could no longer withstand and finally transformed back into its original form. The dragon soul weapon spirit that was hidden within the divine tool trembled, causing Situ Maozheng to be unable to use the powerful rising dragon spear technique to attack. He could only let the silver spear charge forward in its original form. The silver spear's movement speed was extremely fast. In addition, Xiao Lingyu's body was currently huge, so there were too many places that could be attacked. As a result, the silver spear inevitably pierced his body. The biggest weakness of activating the formless gigantic demon art was that the body was too big and relatively inflexible. Therefore, Xiao Lingyu would normally not use this ultimate move. The The silver spear pierced into his flesh, causing Xiao Lingyu to feel unbearable pain. However, he still used his 2 dragon claws to quickly grab the silver spear and pull out of his body. Even though Situ Maojing's divine sense continued to control the silver spear had lost the support of its energy and was no longer in the hands of its master. It could not break free from the enormous grip of the golden dragon claw. The phaseless gigantic demon technique had another weakness, which was that once it suffered a heavy blow, this technique would quickly stop. The golden dragon in the sky quickly shrank, and in a few moments, it returned to Xiao Lingyu's original form, while the silver spear was still tightly held in his hand. With a thought from Xiao Lingyu, the primal chaos, true fire gushed out from his palm and wrapped around the silver spear, causing Situ Maojing's consciousness to be unable to form a mental connection with the silver spear. The silver spear could only obediently stay in his hands. Although Xiao Lingyu was also very weak, he was at least in a much better situation than Situ Maojing. Therefore, he had a cold smile on his face, while Situ Maojing's face was twisted. The 4 phantom monsters could not hold on for long. However, during this time, they could definitely break through the defense of a top-grade defensive artifact. Situ Maojing's fate was predictable. I advise you to stop. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by my family Zhang's countless experts. They will hunt you down until you die. Situ Maojing threatened. Ah, that's all you've got. When I was still immortal, you actually launched a sneak attack on me. You even disdainfully called me an ant. Now that I'm stronger and you're weaker, you're threatening me with the Jiang clan. Where's your awe-inspiring aura? If it weren't for you, the family Jiang probably wouldn't have sent people to hunt me down, right? Xiao Lingyu laughed disdainfully. Are you interested in Cousin Lan Yu? If you kill me, she definitely won't forgive you. Moreover, the family Jiang definitely won't be close to you. You should know that my mother and Cousin Lan Yu's mother are sisters. The head of the family Jiang is my uncle. Situ Maojing refused to give up. If I want to kill you, even the family Jiang can't stop me. You can only blame yourself for being a bad person and being blind. Xiao Lingyu said indifferently. Situ Maojing said a lot more after that. However, Xiao Lingyu acted as if he did not hear anything and did not reply. An hour later, under the fierce attacks of the 4 monsters, the bamboo-shaped defensive saint artifact that surrounded Situ Maojing was defeated. Situ Maojing, who was only a mid-stage God King, was naturally no match for the 4 late-stage God King monsters. In an instant, he was captured by the 4 monsters. At this moment, Xiao Lingyu took out the silver needle and enveloped it with primal chaos fire. Do you still remember this silver needle? You might not have imagined it, but it helped me through several difficult times in the cultivation world. If it weren't for it, I would have died in the cultivation world long ago. Xiao Lingyu said proudly to Situ Maojing. Situ Maojing knew that Xiao Lingyu would not let him go, so he did not waste any more time begging for mercy. His expression was extremely ferocious. Do you know why I've always kept it? It's because I want to let you have a taste of the pain of this needle when I come to the God Realm one day. As he spoke, Xiao Lingyu had already stabbed the silver needle enveloped in primal chaos fire towards Situ Maojing's thigh. Unsurprisingly, the silver needle sank into Situ Maojing's thigh. Who was already unable to move, Xiao Lingyu did not have the mentality of torturing his enemies to please them. The 4 monsters would not be able to last for too long. He also did not know whether or not another family Jiang God King was approaching, so he calmly used the silver spear that was also enveloped in primal chaos fire to pierce Situ Maojing's dantian, dispersing his divine infant. Then he used his power to disperse Situ Maojing's soul. Situ Maojing paid the price for his arrogance and conceit. His corpse fell weakly to the ground. Before it even touched the ground, it was surrounded by primal chaos fire and turned into ashes in a few moments. After putting away Situ Maojing's storage pouch and magic treasures, Xiao Lingyu spread his wings of extreme speed and flew out of the floating Katkin mountain range. At this moment, in the family Jiang of Yangon City, the head of the family Jiang, Jiang Xingye, angrily smashed the table on his right into pieces in front of many experts of the family Jiang. Just now, the disciple guarding the family Jiang's soul jade slips repeatedly reported that in less than 2 hours, there were actually 8 family Jiang God King's soul jade slips that had shattered. Coincidentally, Lang Chong broke into this meeting hall at this moment, ignoring the guard's obstruction. "Impudent! Who allowed you to come in?" Jiang Xingye angrily reprimanded his youngest daughter. After all, this was an important meeting of the family. How could he allow someone to casually barge in? Of course, Jiang Xingye also knew that if Lang Chong was not his daughter, she would not have been able to barge in. "Father, this time I have made a great contribution. How can you scold me the moment you come in?" Lang Chong puffed up her cheeks and said unhappily, "Humph. Tell me, what great contribution did you make? If you can't tell me something important, don't blame me for punishing you by confining you." Jiang Xingye said with a dignified expression. Jiang Lanyue was also in this meeting hall. She could not help but sweat for her younger sister. "Father, look at what this is." After Lang Chong finished speaking, she spread out her hands, and then a 7-colored mist slowly flowed out. "God Emperor Hollow Spirit. My family Jiang's God Emperor Hollow Spirit. It must have been left behind by the Great Elder." Not long after, a 7-colored human figure appeared in front of the experts of the family Jiang. Everyone's expression changed greatly and then became complicated. Only Jiang Lanyue's expression relaxed a lot. Jiang Xingye's expression also changed again and again. However, in the end, it became much gentler. He asked, "Was this left behind by the Great Elder?" Lang Chong nodded and vaguely explained, "This was obtained by a person that my family Jiang wanted to kill by chance. Then I met him, and it took me a lot of effort to convince him to give this God Emperor Hollow Spirit to me." "Could it be him?" Jiang Lanyue's willowy brows furrowed slightly. "Ha! If that's really the case, then you have indeed made a great contribution to my family Jiang." Jiang Xingye looked like he was greatly comforted. All the experts of the family Jiang present also smiled and nodded secretly. They repeatedly echoed his words, and there were even some tactful people who asked Jiang Xingye to reward Lang Chong. No one would have any objections when the head of the family praised his daughter. After all, bringing back the Great Elder's God Emperor Hollow Spirit was indeed a great contribution. "Chong, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Jiang Xingye looked very generous, but he didn't directly state how he was going to reward her. It sounded a little perfunctory. Lang Chong didn't really care about any rewards. In her opinion, it was already a great reward for her father to praise her in front of everyone. However, she still couldn't help but ask, "Then how are you going to reward the person who returned the God Emperor Hollow Spirit?" "Father, he is still being hunted down by our family Jiang." "What crime did I commit to be hunted down?" Jiang Xingye asked. Lang Chong first sneakily glanced at Jiang Lanyue and then said, "That person is called Shaoling Yu. Previously, he retreated from the front line of defense against the invasion of the night demons at the northern border without a fight. It seems that we deliberately loosened the defense line at the border of the swamp to let the night demons in, and he didn't want to die, so he retreated without a fight. If that's the case, why did you hunt him down? Even if he didn't listen to orders, it's pardonable that he did it to protect his own life," Jiang Xingye said, puzzled. "It seems that cousin Mao Zheng fought with him, but he couldn't beat him, so—" Lang Chong didn't finish her sentence. "Don't talk about your cousin Mao Zheng. Before you came in, his soul jade tablet shattered." Jiang Xingye first waved his hand, and then he seemed to have received a message. He took out his communication pearl and sank his divine sense into it. "Lang Chong, what's the name of the person you just mentioned who was hunted down by our family, but returned the God Emperor Hollow Spirit?" Jiang Xingye put away the communication pearl and asked with narrowed eyes. "Father, I just said it once." "His name is Shaoling Yu," Lang Chong replied with her head tilted. Chapter 609. Upon hearing Jiang Xingye's words, everyone was shocked. How was that possible? Although he has some ability, he's only a godly king. How could he kill so many godly kings in my family Jiang. Lang Chong said in disbelief. 18 godly kings went with your cousin Mao Zedong. 8 of them have already died. The other 10 godly kings have gathered together. That's what they said, so it can't be false. Jiang Xingye returned to his seat, but his expression was much calmer. When Lang Chong heard this, he couldn't help but glance at his sister, Jiang Lanyue. The development of the situation had already left her at a loss. Father, I think we need to be careful about this matter. That Shaoling Yu first returned the godly Emperor Hollow Spirit, which proves that he has no intention of forming a grudge with our family Jiang. Then, he attacked and killed our family Jiang's godly king experts. I'm afraid he was forced to do so because he was surrounded, Jiang Lanyue said. Jiang Lanyue's eyesight had always been very good. When Lang Chong mentioned Shaoling Yu, he kept winking at Jiang Lanyue. He had already guessed that Shaoling Yu was related to his daughter in some way. Now that he heard Shaoling Yu's words, he was even more certain of this point. Jiang Xingye and the other family Jiang experts were all meticulous people. They were all thinking about the same question. What was Shaoling Yu's background? First, he ignored the family Jiang's orders and retreated without a fight. Then, he returned the priceless godly Emperor Hollow Spirit to the family Jiang. Then he killed 8 godly kings in the family Jiang. If someone said that Shaoling Yu didn't have any remarkable background, Jiang Xingye and the others wouldn't believe it. Since they were both godly kings, how could Shaoling Yu kill 8 godly kings in the family Jiang? The deity kings of the family Jiang were not made of paper. They all had very powerful spells and divine abilities, and they were equipped with many supreme-grade divine artifacts. They also went out in groups, so how could they be killed by ordinary deity kings? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xingye asked Jiang Lanyue, in your opinion, how should we deal with this person? Jiang Lanyue felt a little guilty when she saw her father staring at her. However, she still braced herself and said, let's find out the truth first. Jiang Xingye nodded and asked the other family Jiang experts, what do you think? Everyone said, we'll follow the decision of the patriarch. That's all for today. Everyone, please go back. Jiang Xingye looked a little tired as he waved at everyone. Lang Chong saw that his father's expression wasn't good, so he obediently left. Only Jiang Lanyue didn't leave immediately. She knew that even if she left now, it wouldn't be long before her father called for her again. After all the family Jiang experts left, only Jiang Lanyue and Jiang Xingye were left in the meeting hall. Jiang Xingye asked Jiang Lanyue directly, do you and Chong know Shaoling Yu? Jiang Lanyue nodded and said, I met him when I traveled to the lower realm. At that time, he was still immortal. Jiang Xingye's originally languid expression immediately changed. He said, in such a short time, he cultivated from immortal to a level where he could face off against more than 10 divine kings. This cultivation speed is something that I've only heard of in legends. Jiang Lanyue hesitated for a moment. She knew that her father was a meticulous person, so she didn't need him to ask any more questions. She said bluntly, when I was traveling in the cultivation realm, I entered an ancient god's cave with him. In that cave, there was a sealed book called the 9 Revolution Chaos Formula. After the seal was broken, a strange mist emerged from the book. At that time, I was on guard and rejected it, but the mist landed on his body. I feel that he most likely inherited the 9 Revolution Chaos Formula, which is why his cultivation speed is so much faster than ordinary people. Even if he inherited the 9 Revolution Chaos Formula, it's still a miracle for him to cultivate to his current level in such a short time. Moreover, I know that the 9 Revolution Chaos Formula is not easy to cultivate. Every revolution requires a price that ordinary cultivators can't bear, and he has to go through many dangers. For him to be able to reach his current level, could there be some expert secretly helping him? Jiang Xingye said with some doubt. I don't know. Jiang Lanyue shook her head. How was your relationship with him? Jiang Xingye asked again. We can barely be considered friends, Jiang Lanyue answered. He killed so many divine kings in my family Jiang. This isn't something that can be repaid by returning the divine Emperor Hollow Spirit. Even if he didn't return the divine Emperor Hollow Spirit, our family Jiang can still take it back. There's no need to investigate this matter. If 10 divine kings say so, then it's already the truth. No matter what your relationship with him is, he has killed several divine kings in my family Jiang. He has brought great losses and threats to our family Jiang. The experts in the family will definitely not let this matter rest. If you didn't have the intention to exonerate him, they wouldn't have allowed me to deal with him, Jiang Xingye said with a sigh. Jiang Lanyue didn't say anything. She just frowned. You didn't hide it well, just now. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you and Shang are no Shaoling you. Jiang Xingye shook his head. He seemed a little dissatisfied. Then he continued, Yongyan, he can't stay here any longer. Given his strength and threat after killing several divine kings in my family Jiang, I'm afraid that the family will send out divine emperor experts. Father, do you mean that we should let him leave Yongyan? Jiang Lanyue asked. What else can we do? Do you want him to fight against our family Jiang's divine emperor experts? Do you think he has the strength to do so? Jiang Xingye asked. Father, why don't you take him into the family Jiang and make him work for our family Jiang? With his talent in cultivating the 9 revolutions chaos formula, he will definitely become a powerful expert in the future. He will definitely be of great help to our family Jiang's long-term development, Jiang Lanyue suggested. He killed so many divine kings in our family Jiang. How can the family Jiang tolerate him? Most of the dead divine kings have relatives and friends in the family Jiang. If I take him into the family Jiang, how can I explain it to their families and friends? Even if we reluctantly take him into the family Jiang, sooner or later, he will cause trouble. Jiang Xingye shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned to his daughter and said, You go and see him. Tell him to go to the Tranquil territory. The Ko family in the Tranquil territory has a good relationship with our family Jiang. I can tell the Ko family to treat him well. Jiang Lanyue was a little confused, since the Ko family has a good relationship with our family Jiang, and Shaoling Yu is our family Jiang's enemy. How can the Ko family treat him well? Jiang Xingye said casually. Firstly, the Ko family will give me face. Secondly, the Ko family will value his talent and future. Therefore, the Ko family will treat him well. At this time, Shaoling Yu was still in the floating Su mountain range. After leaving the central danger zone, he found a random cave where only divine monarch stage demonic beasts roamed. Then, he began to recover and recuperate. After a full 3 months of recovery and recuperation, he finally returned to his peak state. Now, it was time to refine the Nether Shadow Fire. Shaoling Yu, who had weathered countless storms, was still very calm at this time. First, he summoned the Saint Artifact, Yin Yang Mirror, and released the 4 phantom monsters. Feeling that the 4 symbols domain had already sealed off the surroundings, he summoned the Saint Artifact 8-legged Tai Chi Cauldron. With a thought, the Tai Chi Cauldron released the Nether Shadow Fire. This ball of Nether Shadow Fire, which had a certain level of spirituality and intelligence, wanted to escape as soon as it came out. Unfortunately, with the restriction of the 4 symbols domain and the obstruction of the 4 phantom monsters, it could not escape as it wished. Shaoling Yu did not dawdle. Immediately, he had the Tai Chi Cauldron transform into an 8-legged monster wrapped in a brilliant white light, and had the 8-legged monster reduce its strength. Just like before, Shaoling Yu hid in the tube-shaped Saint Artifact, and the fire snakes released by the brilliant white flame restrained the Nether Shadow Fire. Then, Shaoling Yu drove the 8-legged monster to increase its strength, so that the 8-legged monster, the brilliant white flame, and the Nether Shadow Fire reached a balance. Then, Shaoling Yu put away the tube-shaped Saint Artifact and the Yin Yang Mirror. After observing for a while, and feeling that there was nothing strange, he sat down cross-legged again and recovered his strength from using the Saint Artifact. After he recovered to his peak state, he took a deep breath and wrapped his blood essence and soul essence in the primal chaos true fire, pouring it into the Nether Shadow Fire. This time, not only was it refining, but it was also fusing the primal chaos true fire with the Nether Shadow Fire. The difficulty was much higher than simply refining. When Shaoling Yu was in the immortal world, He had once fused the primal chaos true fire with the divine fire. At that time, with the help of the fire sect's sacrificial flame altar, the divine fire did not resist, and the fusion was successful in the end. This time, the brilliant white flame and the eight-legged monster also had the same effect of the sacrificial flame altar, so they could also suppress the nether shadow fire. Otherwise, Xiao Lingyu would have a very difficult time refining, let alone fusing. The primal chaos true fire wrapped in Xiao Lingyu's blood essence and soul essence kept seeping into the nether shadow fire, and the primal chaos true fire and the nether shadow fire eroded and devoured each other. In order to speed up the fusion and refining, and also to ensure the success of this operation, Xiao Lingyu kept throwing the materials he had prepared into the two balls of fire. Although the fusion speed was still very slow, it was progressing steadily. This method of fusion and refining required a large amount of blood essence and soul essence in the body of a cultivator. Xiao Lingyu had this condition, so the fusion and refining would definitely succeed. It was only a matter of time. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the moment when Xiao Lingyu was dizzy and unable to hold on, the primal chaos true fire and the nether shadow fire finally completely fused. However, although the fusion and refining was completed, the new flame was too powerful, and Xiao Lingyu was still unable to absorb it into his body. Chapter 610. Xiao Lingyu had learned how to control fire back in the immortal world. Even if he couldn't absorb this new flame into his body, he could still control it by his side. Under Xiao Lingyu's command, the eight-legged monster increased its strength, causing the white flame's power to decrease. Xiao Lingyu pretended to refine the white fire and made it leap out of the eight-legged monster before it was collected by the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron, which quickly transformed back into its original form. In front of Xiao Lingyu, there was only a cluster of gray, shadow, chaotic, true fire left. In order to refine his body, he had to rely on this Umbra primal chaos true fire. Xiao Lingyu first prepared the materials he had prepared, then used them or smeared them all over his body. Then, he let the Umbra primal chaos true fire slowly approach him. Refining one's body through fire was very simple. It was to refine one's body from head to toe, using the same method as refining materials or magic treasures. To refine one's body so that the flesh and blood of one's body would condense and become even more tenacious. Xiao Lingyu originally had the quality of a high-grade god weapon, and this Umbra primal chaos true fire belonged to him. He could control the power of the Umbra primal chaos true fire and was very familiar with his own body. Therefore, as long as there were no external disturbances, there wouldn't be any problems during the refining process. In order not to be disturbed, Xiao Lingyu hid deep underground in the floating Su mountain range. He only stopped when he saw the underground magma and sealed all the paths. Even God Emperor experts wouldn't be able to use their spiritual senses to see what was happening deep underground. The environment deep underground in the God world was very harsh. The temperature was so high that it could melt ordinary god weapons. Ordinary cultivators didn't dare to cultivate here. Xiao Lingyu was going to use a high-grade flame to refine his body, so he didn't care how high the surrounding temperature was. However, the Umbra primal chaos true fire did not constantly release a high temperature like ordinary flames. The aura released by its flames would occasionally cause one to feel a bone-piercing cold. This kind of extremely short feeling of alternating hot and cold was even more unbearable than being constantly roasted by the high temperature. Xiao Lingyu's body could be said to have been tempered thousands of times. She had endured a lot of pain, but in the face of the continuous burning of the shadow chaos true fire, Xiao Lingyu's expression gradually became distorted. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and blood seeped out of her tightly clenched teeth. This kind of physical and mental torture had already surpassed all the pain he had endured in the past. At this moment, even his soul was trembling. But even then, he still had to persist. Moreover, he was completely immersed in it, and he didn't dare be distracted or slack off in the slightest. If a Divine King powerhouse suddenly came over to launch a sneak attack at this time, then he would be in big trouble. There were Divine King powerhouses who really came over. However, they were not here to launch a sneak attack. The newcomer was Jiang Lanyue. She had found this place after Xiaoling Yu had used the chaotic phantom fire to refine her body for more than 100 years. In Jiang Lanyue's hand, she was holding the other half of the silver moon broken blade. This half was the tip of the blade. Right now, it was trembling slightly. She had sensed the other half of her blade. The reason why Jiang Lanyue was able to accurately locate Xiao Lingyu's location was because of this half of the blade. When Lang Chong had descended to the lower realm to find Xiao Lingyu to ask for the silver moon broken blade, Jiang Lanyue had purposely told Lang Chong to only take back half of the blade. She looked around her surroundings, and she even cautiously turned a great distance away. After confirming that no one was following her, Jiang Lanyue returned to this place. She stuck an earth-yellow talisman on her body, and a circle of earth-colored light immediately enveloped her. Then, Jiang Lanyue's body slowly descended. The strange thing was, wherever she passed, the surrounding earth and sand automatically parted for her. The further down she went, the greater the pressure of the divine realm's earth layer. The surrounding temperature also increased. The earth-colored light that enveloped Jiang Lanyue's body gradually became unable to hold on. Why is he descending so deep? Jiang Lanyue's long, shapely eyebrows furrowed. She took out another earth-colored bead. This bead also projected a circle of earth-colored light that enveloped Jiang Lanyue's body. The surrounding pressure was completely blocked by the light. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Jiang Lanyue, who was rapidly descending, penetrated through the earth layer and came to a wide, underground magma river. Along the magma river, Jiang Lanyue braved the scorching heat and found Xiao Lingyu, who was bathing in flames. All of Xiao Lingyu's attention and mind was focused on his own cultivation. He did not notice Jiang Lanyue's arrival. His face was still distorted, and his body was twitching in pain. After all, Jiang Lanyue was also a Divine King expert. Naturally, she could tell that Xiao Lingyu was cultivating. Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous, even extreme kind of cultivation. Therefore, she did not get too close, let alone disturb him. After watching for a while, she guessed what Xiao Lingyu was doing. She thought to herself, he's so cruel to himself. No wonder he could achieve so much in such a short time. Seeing Xiao Lingyu's unbearable pain, Jiang Lanyue felt an indescribable pain in her heart. It was as if the flames were burning her body. Many years had passed. Seeing Xiao Lingyu again, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but recall the 5 years she had been trapped in the ancient god's cavern in the cultivation world. She remembered the interesting stories Xiao Lingyu had told her. Unknowingly, 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks from the corners of her eyes. Those 5 years could be said to be the most unforgettable time in her life. She had cried in Xiao Lingyu's arms. She had told Xiao Lingyu about her grievances and joys. She had been comforted in Xiao Lingyu's arms. Even though she was a divine realm expert, and Xiao Lingyu was just a mortal, she felt that Xiao Lingyu was stronger and braver than her. Before those 5 years, she had never completely let go of her feelings, and it was the same 5 years later. When she had left the ancient god's cavern and returned to the divine realm, she had felt a trace of reluctance and attachment. The more she thought about the past, the more Jiang Lanyue wanted to rush up and give Xiao Lingyu a big hug. However, Xiao Lingyu was in a state of cultivation. Before coming here, her younger sister Lang Chong had said, "I think that guy cultivated so quickly because he wanted to come to the divine realm to see you as soon as possible. After all, you were the first person he saw when he arrived in the cultivation world. Moreover, he stayed with you in the ancient god's cavern for so long. As the saying goes, love grows with time, and first love is unforgettable. Did he really cultivate so quickly because of me? Did he come to the divine realm just to see me? Does he like me?" Jiang Lanyue's thoughts became more and more tangled. She was thinking about how she should face these questions if the answer was yes. Actually, she didn't know that the fact that she was thinking about these questions had already exposed her thoughts. After more than 100 years of tempering, Xiaoling Yu's feat had only finished improving. At this rate, it would take at least another 1,000 years for this cultivation to end. However, 1,000 years wasn't even worth mentioning for the immortals of the Divine Realm, let alone the Divine King Realm experts. However, if he had to spend 1,000 years in this kind of burning fire, the length of time would be extended countless times. The more Jiang Lanhua watched, the more worried she became. However, she didn't want to turn around, for fear that Xiaoling Yu would be in danger and that she wouldn't be able to save him in time. 1,000 years passed slowly. For the first time, Jiang Lanhua felt that time was moving too slowly. Xiaoling Yu's body was enduring unparalleled pain. Jiang Lanhua's heart ached, and she was anxious for 1,000 years. After completing the last step, Xiaoling Yu suddenly leaped up and couldn't help but let out a long howl. Xiaoling Yu was incomparably tormented after 1,000 years of torture. He wanted to use this howl to release all the pent-up frustration in his body. After the long howl, Xiaoling Yu sensed that someone was beside him. Alarmed, he looked over. When their eyes met, Xiaoling Yu was stunned. However, he had already seen Lang Chong, so he was mentally prepared to see Jiang Lanhua again. Thus, he quickly regained his senses and noticed that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Naturally, he couldn't be wearing clothes when using the chaotic phantom fire to temper his body. At this moment, although his skin was bronze in color, it still appeared as translucent as jade. Although there were no bulging muscles on his body, he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Moreover, from head to toe, his figure was very well proportioned and coordinated. While tempering one's body, it could also be adjusted to a certain extent. Xiaoling Yu naturally didn't mind, making himself more comfortable. Xiaoling Yu first withdrew the chaotic phantom fire that was still burning fiercely into his body. Then, he hurriedly put on a long robe before landing in front of Jiang Lanhua. He smiled apologetically and said, "My apologies, I was rude. How long have you been here?" 1,000 years. Jiang Lanhua had waited for 1,000 years. Naturally, he had already calmed down. "Thank you for your hard work." Although Xiaoling Yu said this, he was secretly groaning in his heart. He had actually let Jiang Lanhua see his naked body for 1,000 years. "Haha, I'm only standing guard at the side. You're the one who's worked hard. I really don't know where you got the courage to use such a perverted method to temper your body." Seeing that Xiaoling Yu was fine, Jiang Lanhua finally relaxed. A smile bloomed on his face. "I'm not an ordinary person. Of course, I wouldn't take the ordinary path. Compared to the benefits of increasing my strength, this 1,000 years of torture in exchange for hundreds of millions of years of strength is naturally worth it," Xiaoling Yu said nonchalantly. Men tended to forget pain much faster than women. "Have you been well all these years?" Jiang Lanhua asked gently. Xiaoling Yu felt that this sentence was very much like what a person would say when they suddenly bumped into each other on the street after breaking up with their first love for many years. Well, in the cultivation world, it's all about fighting and killing. You know that. Xiaoling Yu was still very calm. He didn't follow the usual routine of asking Jiang Lanhua if he had been well, because the answer was very obvious. Although Xiaoling Yu didn't ask him, Jiang Lanhua was still very happy to hear Xiaoling Yu's friendly and casual tone. Even though Xiaoling Yu had been fighting with the family Zhang's experts before, seeing him now was like seeing a close old friend. "I was the one who killed your cousin." Just as Jiang Lanhua was hesitating about whether to ask about the situation, Xiaoling Yu spoke first. "He's a little narrow-minded, but he's still your cousin, right? You're not here to denounce him on behalf of the family Jiang, are you?" Chapter 611. If family Jiang wants to punish you, it won't be me. Great Elder isn't the only God Emperor in family Jiang. Jiang Lanhua shook her head. "Then how does family Jiang plan to deal with this?" Xiaoling Yu asked again. "The clan hasn't made a decision yet, but father said that it's very likely that the clan will send out a God Emperor. That's why I'm here to remind you that you have to leave Yong and as soon as possible. It's best if you go to the everlasting joy realm. Jiang Lanyue hesitated for a moment, but still explained her intentions. Xiao Yu thought for a moment, then said, "If your clan really wants to deal with me, I can hide in the everlasting joy realm. Your god emperors can still find me there. Don't say that your god emperors don't dare to go to the everlasting joy realm. If you don't want to deal with me, the Yong and is incomparably vast. You can use the excuse that you can't find me, and I won't purposely find trouble with you. Besides, even if I want to leave Yong, why would I go to the everlasting joy realm and not some other large region? I heard that the co-clan of the everlasting joy realm has a good relationship with family Jiang." Jiang Lanyue found it hard to explain Xiao Lingyu's doubts. She also didn't understand why her father wanted Xiao Lingyu to hide in the everlasting joy realm. If it was really to hide, Xiao Lingyu would naturally go to a territory controlled by a great clan that didn't have a good relationship with family Jiang. They would also value Xiao Lingyu, perhaps even more than the co-clan of the everlasting joy realm. Jiang Lanyue didn't want to suspect her father, so she was a little speechless. However, in Jiang Lanyue's opinion, her father didn't need to play any tricks to deal with Xiao Lingyu. Even though Xiao Lingyu was very strong, if the family Jiang wanted to deal with him, they could easily do it. As she said, the family Jiang didn't lack god emperors. In short, if you trust me, go hide in the everlasting joy realm for a while. After some time, the family Jiang's relatives and friends will forget about the hatred you've killed. It won't be too late for you to come to Yong'an then. Jiang Lanyue's advice. Of course, I trust you. Actually, I'm all alone in this world. It's the same wherever I go. Xiao Lingyu smiled and said, "Now that I've seen you, I've achieved one of my goals in the god realm. If I stay in Yong'an, I'll only cause trouble for you. I don't mind going to other great regions. I'm not causing trouble for you. I'm just thinking about your safety." Jiang Lanyue explained. "Is Lady Jing all right?" Xiao Lingyu suddenly thought of Lady Jing, who was taken away by Jiang Lanyue, and asked. "She's all right. She's just a little down." Jiang Lanyue replied. "You took her away from the wedding. Of course she's in a bad mood. I really don't understand. Her marriage was clearly consensual. Why is your family Jiang interfering?" Xiao Lingyu said with a look of dissatisfaction. "She can't choose her marriage. It's her destiny." Jiang Lanyue shook her head. "You big clans have too many things to do and meddle too much," Xiao Lingyu said pointedly. Although the god realm looks chaotic, there still needs to be some order. Not everything can be done." Jiang Lanyue smiled ambiguously. "Then can you make your own decisions about your marriage in the future?" Xiao Lingyu asked with interest. Jiang Lanyue, who already had complicated thoughts, immediately blushed when she heard Xiao Lingyu's question. "He's actually asking me about my marriage." Everyone knew that if a man asked a woman about her marriage, it was most likely because the man was interested in that woman. "I should be able to," Jiang Lanyue replied in a low voice. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. "I should be able to?" Xiao Lingyu seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this uncertain answer. He continued, "Most of the girls from the great families are unable to decide their own marriages. I originally thought that only the great families of the mortal world had political marriages. However, it seems that the great families of the god realm are no exception. After all, there are also power struggles in the god realm. My father is very open-minded. He won't use his daughter to fight for power or fight for anything. I'm sure of this. My sister and I are the same. If we don't truly like someone, we definitely won't marry them." Jiang Lanyue's words were very firm. It was as if she was trying to prove something to Xiao Lingyu. "It's too hot here. Let's go up and talk." Okay. For the next month, Xiao Lingyu and Jiang Lanyue spent their time together. They walked aimlessly in the floating Su mountain range as they chatted. Needless to say, the floating Su mountain range fluttered in the wind like flowers dancing in the sky. From time to time, a light drizzle would fall, making it seem like a hazy fog. There are also beautiful mountain flowers and swaying trees. The scenery could be considered extraordinary. Neither of them was in a hurry to leave. It was as if neither of them wanted to leave. Xiao Lingyu could tell that Jiang Lanyue probably had feelings for him. After spending 5 years together, he had opened her heart. From the bottom of his heart, Xiaolingyu knew that he also liked Jiang Lanyue, but he was not single after all. He already had 3 wives. For a daughter of a big family like Jiang Lanyue, even if she was willing to be wronged, family Jiang would never agree. For a top-notch clan like the Jiang clan, if their clan master's daughter became a concubine or shared a husband with multiple women, it would probably be criticized and ridiculed by others. This kind of thing would cause the clan to lose face. Not only the Jiang clan, but any respectable clan would not agree to it. Happy and warm times were always short. After the two spent a month together, Jiang Lanyue received a message that she had to return to Yangon City immediately. "I'm going back," Jiang Lanyue said to Xiaolingyu. "Business is more important. You have accompanied me for more than a month. You have done your duty as a host. If you're free in the future, you can come to Chang'eland to find me." Xiaolingyu replied calmly. "Are you really going to Chang'eland?" Jiang Lanyue said in surprise. "I'm going. After all, Chang'eland is next to me. Well, I just ascended. I landed in the small mountain village of Chang'eland." Xiaolingyu nodded. "Then take care of yourself. I'm leaving first." Jiang Lanyue looked reluctant. She also had a lot to say in her heart, but she still flew away on the colorful cloud. Does he like me? If he likes me, why didn't he express his feelings in more than a month? His expression has always been calm and generous. His words are also relaxed and casual. It doesn't seem like he is facing his beloved. Is he not interested in me? When I left, he didn't even ask me to stay. There was still a faint smile on his face, as always. But he always gave me a feeling that he had something to say, but it was difficult to say it. Why is that? He doesn't seem like a scheming person. He could be so ruthless to himself. What will make him willing to keep it in his stomach? Is it because of the dispute between him and family Jiang? Or is it because of my identity as family Jiang's daughter? Or is it because I'm the one who asked him to leave? Standing on a cloud, Jiang Lanyue's thoughts were tangled. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Her relationship with Xiaolingyu was neither close nor far. This feeling was the most difficult to grasp, even for someone as meticulous as her. Xiaolingyu was very satisfied with this meeting. Even though he had a grudge against family Jiang, Jiang Lanyue didn't draw her sword against him. She also didn't take back her silver moon broken sword. This was enough for him. He had been thinking before. If Jiang Lanyue came to seek revenge on behalf of family Jiang, how would he face it? As for love, Xiaolingyu knew that it would be more complicated if he couldn't cut it clean, so he didn't think too much about it. As the saying went, when the boat reached the bridge head, things would be straightened out. It was useless to think too much. Then let's go to Chang'eland. Seeing that Jiang Lanyue's figure had disappeared into the horizon, Xiaolingyu let out a long sigh and then flew towards the northwest. Chang'eland and Yong share a border. Duhu City in Chang'eland was adjacent to the northwest border of Yong'an. It wasn't far from Xiaolingyu's current location. Xiaolingyu estimated that he would be able to leave Yong'an in at most 100 years. The reason why Xiaolingyu left was not because he was afraid of trouble, but because Jiang Lanyue and her sister were in the Jiang family. He did not want to make a scene with the Jiang family. After all, the sisters had saved his life, and he did not want to make things difficult for them. Besides, family Jiang didn't take advantage of him. What Xiaolingyu didn't expect was that he would encounter a wildfire when he flew towards the sharp corner of the long and narrow floating Su mountain range. "What are you doing?" Xiaolingyu asked Zhou Jin in confusion. "We're going to Chang'eland." Our mercenary group didn't listen to orders. Now that Yong'an is peaceful, it's hard to guarantee that family Jiang won't cause trouble for us. That's why we feel that we can't expand our business in Yong'an, Zhou Jin explained. The Ko family in Chang'eland has a good relationship with family Jiang. You might not be safe in Chang'eland, Xiaolingyu said with a frown. Hee, we're operating at the intersection between Chang'eland and Yong'an. Because of their good relationship, they don't set up any defenses at the border. They also don't send any experts to this area. That's why we're safe, Zhou Jin said with a hollow laugh. Xiaolingyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. He said, "Then let's go together. I want to go to Chang'an too." With Xiaoling Yu in the group, they followed the river and headed towards Duhu City. Even though they were unlucky enough to encounter a divine king stage demonic beast along the way, they were able to pass through the sharp corner of the floating Su mountain range without a hitch. After passing through the floating Su mountain range, the wildfire stopped. They planned to travel along the sharp corner of the floating Su mountain range. They didn't want to get too close to Duhu City. After some thought, Xiaoling Yu decided to stay in the wildfire. After all, he didn't have a better place to go. Furthermore, Xiaoling Yu had already met Jiang Lanyue. He had already accomplished one of his goals in the God Realm. He had other things to think about, such as finding Miao Ying, who had already ascended to the God Realm. Chapter 612. Xiaoling Yu had ascended to the divine world not long ago, but Miao Ying had ascended to the divine world a long time ago. However, even if Miao Ying ascended to the divine world first, she would not be able to reach the monarch God Realm. With her talent, reaching the heavenly God Realm should not be a problem. After reaching the heavenly God Realm, one would be able to leave the small mountain village and gradually see the real divine world. However, it was also the most dangerous period. The deities and great gods of the divine world were not considered dangerous. They lived in the small mountain villages and lived with the simple villagers. Their lives were peaceful and comfortable, especially for female cultivators. Once they reached the heavenly God Realm, they would leave the small mountain village. In order to continue improving, they would go to more dangerous places to seek opportunities. If they were not careful, they would be killed by other cultivators or demonic beasts. After all, heavenly gods were not considered experts. With Miao Ying's temper, she would not stay in a small mountain village for long. She could calculate the approximate time of Xiaoling Yu's ascension. Perhaps she had already taken the initiative to look for Xiaoling Yu. If you were to develop the wildfire step by step, it would take too long. Xiaoling Yu could not afford to wait, and he did not need to wait. With his strength, it was easy for him to recruit or capture some God King stage experts to work for him. Xiaoling Yu also knew that the rise of any force would be met with many obstacles. Even in the narrow divine world, the prerequisite for a force to be called a big force was to have a God Emperor stage expert. Without a God Emperor stage expert, even if there were hundreds or thousands of God Kings, they would not be able to fight against a big force with a God Emperor stage expert. Moreover, without a God Emperor stage expert, it was impossible to have hundreds or thousands of God Kings to work for you. Xiaoling Yu could now easily kill any God King without a saint weapon. But if he faced a God Emperor, it was very likely that he would not be able to take a single blow. However, once he successfully broke through to the 7th revolution, he would not need to be afraid of God Emperor stage experts. With his current realm, he could already release 4 late-stage God King illusory monsters from the sacred treasure, Yin Yang Mirror. The moment he reached the 7th revolution, those 4 illusory monsters would definitely reach the early-stage God Emperor realm. His 4 symbols domain would also become stronger. Most importantly, after advancing to rank 7, he would be able to truly refine his 3 sacred artifacts. If Xiaoling Yu hadn't had the 3 sacred weapons and cultivated the 9 revolution chaos mantra as an ordinary chaos cultivator, he would have been stronger than an ordinary divine lord at the 6th revolution, a divine king at the 7th revolution, and a divine emperor at the 8th. However, he wasn't an ordinary chaos cultivator. He had too many special traits. That was why he could fight ordinary god emperors as long as he reached the 7th revolution. Since Xiaoling Yu had decided to stay, there was no need for Wildfire to leave the city. While Xiaoling Yu was thinking about how to quickly grow, she suddenly thought of the heavenly bandits in the demon realm and the heavenly bandits' experience of growing stronger. In the god realm, there were also many bandit groups. When we were hunting night demons in Yong, and everyone had accumulated a lot of god stones. There's no need for us to accept any missions. I'll give you all a temporary mission. Go and look around for a bigger bandit group. Xiaoling Yu casually chose a place to set up camp and instructed Zhou Jin and the others. Zhou Jin and the others didn't understand, but they still did as instructed. The flowing fire mercenaries had set up camp on a mountaintop at the edge of the floating Cataclysm Mountains. News of this matter soon reached the city of Duhu. As the former master of the flowing fire mercenaries, the steward of Duhu naturally could not sit idly by and do nothing. Guan Yiwei of the steward brought many of the steward's experts to the door. "Long time no see, Brother Guan. How have you been?" Xiao Lingyu flew out of the camp and greeted him politely. "Brother Xiao, my Guan clan has treated you well, but you repaid kindness with ingratitude and took away my Guan clan's flowing fire mercenary group. You have to give my Guan clan an explanation for this," Guan Yiwei said, seemingly furious. "This is all in the past. Everyone knows who's right and who's wrong. Let's not talk about this for now. Brother Guan, you've brought so many people over. If you're here as guests, I'll naturally welcome you. If you're here to denounce me, then you should go back and sleep. You're not enough." Xiao Lingyu's tone was calm, but it was domineering and confident. "It looks like Brother Xiao has improved quite a bit over the years. Let me see what you're capable of." Guan Yiwei was naturally unconvinced. After all, it hadn't been that long. He didn't believe that Xiao Lingyu was comparable to a godly king. Guan Yiwei was known to be invincible below the godly king level, so he was confident that he could fight Xiao Lingyu. But what Guan Yiwei didn't expect was that when he used his folding fan to attack, his opponent would only need to stretch out a hand to easily receive it. When Guan Yiwei charged forward and fought Xiao Lingyu in close combat, he only managed to exchange one move before Xiao Lingyu slapped him on the shoulder. That slap was extremely powerful and domineering. Guan Yiwei felt that his body was as weak and powerless as a withered leaf in the wind. "Brother Guan, I won't kill you on account of your relationship with Miss Jing. I won't make things difficult for your housekeeper either. You can leave now and don't provoke me in the future." Xiao Lingyu displayed some of his techniques to intimidate the Guan experts before turning around to leave. Guan Yiwei was indeed intimidated. He steadied himself with a look of disbelief on his face. He had always thought of himself as a rare cultivation genius. His speed of improvement far surpassed that of his peers. However, after his battle with Xiao Lingyu, he finally understood what it meant by "there's always someone better than you out there. You can go back first." Guan Yiwei waved at the other Guan experts before chasing after Xiao Lingyu to the wildfire's campsite. Xiao Lingyu sensed that Guan Yiwei had entered the campsite. He stopped and asked with a smile, "Brother Guan, are you here to be a guest or to denounce me?" Guan Yiwei said, "I'm here to be a guest." Xiao Lingyu invited Guan Yiwei to a living room. The two of them sat opposite each other, and he arranged some wine and fruits. "Brother Xiao, what are your plans after returning?" After 3 rounds of wine, Guan Yiwei asked. "Brother Guan, don't worry. I said that I won't make things difficult for your Guan Yiwei," Xiao Lingyu replied. "Although my Guan Yiwei made some mistakes, we haven't let you down. Naturally, you won't make things difficult for us. What I mean is, if you have any long-term plans, I can fully support you on behalf of my Guan Yiwei," Guan Yiwei said sincerely. "Ha! Brother Guan, you want to rope me in so soon?" Xiao Lingyu said with a smile. "I'm not trying to rope you in. I just want to cooperate with you," Guan Yiwei said as he shook his head. Xiao Lingyu knew that Guan Yiwei's attitude had changed because he had witnessed his strength. In the realm of the gods, only the strong could stand tall. To be honest, with your current strength, you really don't have the right to talk about cooperation with me, Xiao Lingyu said firmly. When Xiao Lingyu said this, it wasn't because he was arrogant. Instead, it was a technique used by the strong side when talking about cooperation. Guan Yiwei was also a proud person. When he heard Xiao Lingyu say this, his expression naturally turned ugly. However, after thinking for a moment, he changed his words and said, "Let's say that my Guan Yiwei is trying to curry favor with Brother Xiao. Can Brother Guan make the decision on this matter?" Xiao Lingyu asked again. "Whether I can make the decision or not, I'm sure Brother Xiao knows in his heart," Guan Yiwei said. "As long as your Guan Yiwei is sincere enough, our mercenary group doesn't mind having the support of another ally." Xiao Lingyu first nodded, then asked curiously, "Your Guan Yiwei is doing well in Duhu City. Why do you want to curry favor with other powers? Guan Yiwei smiled bitterly and said, in the realm of the gods, which power, including some clans, doesn't have someone backing them? Even the Ko clan of the Changle region and the family Jiang of Yong and wouldn't have been able to stay strong for long if they didn't have the support of the Shang god. If my Guan Yiwei doesn't have the support of an expert, it'll be difficult for us to develop in a small place like Duhu City. How can we talk about long-term development and strength? I feel that Brother Guan hasn't given the real reason, Xiaoling said. Guan Yiwei smiled bitterly again and nodded. Brother Zhao's eyesight is really good. I won't hide it from Brother Xiao. Actually, my Guan Yiwei doesn't have much ambition. However, when the family Jiang forcefully took Jing away and we didn't even dare to breathe loudly, everyone in the clan was stifled. Although they didn't say it, I could see from their expressions that they also wanted the clan to become stronger. As for me, I naturally want the clan to become stronger more than them, because I swore to take Jing away from the family Jiang. The family Jiang isn't easy to deal with. Brother Guan, you have a long way to go, Xiaoling said with a sigh. No matter how difficult it is, I have to work hard for Jing. Even if I fail and die, at least I can rest in peace, Guan Yiwei said seriously. Brother Guan, you came at the right time. I do have the intention to strengthen my subordinates, but no matter what happens in the future, I won't help Brother Guan steal from the family Jiang. Everything will have to be done by Brother Guan's own efforts. Xiaoling admired Guan Yiwei for his loyalty, but he wouldn't take on everything himself. After the initial discussion, Guan Yiwei hurriedly left. Not long after, his mother, who was the Guan family's divine king, came looking for him again. The divine king had come to test Xiaoling's strength. Naturally, she was very surprised and satisfied with the results. The Guan family's allegiance had to be based on a soul oath that they wouldn't betray him. Of course, Xiaoling didn't force them to swear loyalty to him, just that they wouldn't betray him or betray him. Xiaoling also gave the Guan family a mission. He asked the Guan family to secretly contact the families in Duhu City and other small and medium-sized cities and ask them to join. As long as there was a family or a sizable faction in each city that was willing to join, it would be fine. Zhou Jin and the others quickly returned. They brought back information about the various bandit groups nearby. Xiaoling personally led a team to subdue those bandit groups. Chapter 613. A general success was built on the bones of thousands. The rise of a force was often paved with the lives of countless people. Since Xiaoling was determined to develop a force of his own, he naturally could not be soft-hearted, nor could he be merciful. He had also killed countless people. He was almost numb to killing people, just like many experts in the cultivation world. Even if Xiaoling did not have the tyrannical idea that those who followed him would prosper, those who opposed him would perish, he would still kill those who deserved to be killed. Although he would not do it himself most of the time, if one were to look at the root of the matter, those people had died because of him. Most people, even those desperate robbers, would not immediately seek death if they had the chance to live for one more day. Therefore, Wildfire's development was very fast. However, there were very few God King stage cultivators who had no family to call their own. Xiaoling wasn't interested in recruiting or capturing those God King stage cultivators. However, for the rapid growth of the Flowing Fire mercenary group, he needed a lot of God King stage cultivators. Therefore, he had his eyes on the God King stage demonic beasts in the depths of the floating Su mountain range. Capturing those demonic beasts and making them acknowledge him as their master would also increase the number of God King experts in Wildfire. Moreover, for the 7-star Pearl Vine, he really needed to go deep into the floating Su mountain range to search for it. Xiaoling had gone through so many cities in Yong'an, but he did not find the 7-star Pearl Vine. He did not think that the everlasting Joy Territory city would have it. The floating Su mountain range was vast, and there should be a 7-star Pearl Vine in it. Xiaoling needed to go in and take a look. After all, he was almost done with the preparations for breaking through to the 7th revolution. As long as he obtained the 7-star Pearl Vine, he would be able to break through to the 7th revolution. Previously, Xiaoling Yu had stayed in the depths of the floating Su mountain range for a period of time in order to find the nether shadow fire. To Xiaoling Yu, the greatest danger in the depths of the floating Su mountain range was none other than meeting a god-emperor demonic beast. However, he believed that he wouldn't be so unlucky. Even if he did meet one, he could just hide in the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Xiaoling Yu had the yin-yang mirror that could release 4 monsters that were as powerful as the late Divine King realm, and they could also release the 4 symbols domain. Therefore, it was not difficult for Xiaoling Yu to hunt Divine King realm monsters. Furthermore, with the tubular sacred artifact, it wouldn't take much time for Xiaoling Yu to make a round trip. In just 3 trips back and forth, Xiaoling Yu had captured more than 50 God King stage demonic beasts in the span of 300 years. After these demonic beasts were captured and tortured by him, they were all willing to recognize him as their master. Those that were unwilling were all killed by him. After 300 years, the glutton finally woke up. His cultivation had reached the level of a mid-God King. A mid-God King glutton was much stronger than a late God King realm expert. The dual domains released by the glutton and Xiaoling Yu could easily suppress a late God King realm expert. However, even though Xiaoling Yu was not afraid of any God King realm expert, he was still no match for a God Emperor realm expert. There was a fundamental difference between a God Emperor realm expert and a God King realm expert. In the cultivation world, the further one progressed, the greater the difference between 2 adjacent levels. With so many God King realm monsters guarding the wildfire had truly become powerful. Its expansion speed had also increased by a lot. In the past, if Xiaoling Yu wasn't around, the wildfire wouldn't dare to attack a group of bandits with God King realm experts. But now, they could easily deal with the bandits. Xiaoling Yu handed over the development and management of the wildfire to Guan Yi, who was more experienced than him, while he continued to enter the floating Su mountain range. However, this time, when he entered the floating Cataclysm Mountains, he once again encountered those 15 identical divine flying pigs. These 15 black divine pigs seemed to have come specifically to find him. Not only did they surround him, they also launched a collective attack without holding back. The collective attack of these black flying divine pigs had the power of a God Emperor realm expert. Even Xiaoling Yu didn't dare to underestimate them. However, if it was the last time, Xiaoling Yu wouldn't have any other way to deal with these 15 flying divine pigs other than using a saint weapon. But this time it was different. Xiaoling Yu faced the black rainbow head-on and struck out the chaotic nether shadow fire. The grayish chaotic nether shadow fire turned into a long dragon and smashed the black rainbow head-on. Then, Xiaoling Yu took out his saint weapon, the yin-yang mirror. The 4 flying divine pigs spread out and stood on different sides of the battlefield. The powerful 4 symbols domain enveloped the entire battlefield and suppressed the 15 flying divine pigs. To Xiaoling Yu's surprise, the 15 flying divine pigs weren't simple either. They could actually form a special, superimposed domain. Not only did they block the powerful pressure of the 4 symbols domain, they even showed signs of suppressing it. Xiaoling Yu knew that these flying divine pigs were very powerful when gathered together. The best way to deal with them was to scatter them. So, before the 4 symbols domain collapsed, he ordered the 4 flying divine pigs to charge at them. The 15 flying divine pigs formed a black light barrier around them. The defensive power of this black light barrier was extremely strong. Even Situ Maojing's supreme quality spear couldn't break through it. However, Xiaoling Yu's chaotic nether shadow fire burned a big hole in it very quickly, causing it to collapse. The 4 flying divine pigs charged into the herd of flying divine pigs. Xiaoling Yu called out Fudi. With that, he basically had 6 powerful late God King experts on his side. Naturally, they could break through the formation of the 15 flying divine pigs. The 4 flying divine pigs didn't fear any attacks at all. Their ferocious attacks were enough to threaten the safety of the flying divine pigs. Xiaoling Yu's physique was extremely high. Coupled with the chaotic nether shadow fire, His attack and defense were extremely strong. Wherever he went, the flying divine pigs would have to retreat. Meanwhile, Foodie was extremely fast, so his charging ability was naturally powerful. He could also pose a threat to the flying divine pigs. However, they had already entered the herd of flying divine pigs. It was very difficult for the flying divine pigs to attack them collectively. For a moment, they were extremely flustered. After the formation fell into chaos, the best choice for the flying divine pigs was to retreat quickly. Unfortunately, they seemed to have never failed before. They had never encountered such a setback, nor did they think that they would lose. So, they chose not to retreat. Xiaoling Yu felt that these 15 flying divine pigs were very good. He ordered the 4 flying divine pigs to form the 4 symbols domain again and capture the flying divine pigs that had scattered to the side. Meanwhile, he stood on Foodie's back and released 2 domains to hunt. The flying divine pigs, who were no longer able to combine forces and gather together again, had their battle prowess reduced by far too much. When they saw that their brothers had been captured, not only did they not retreat, they attacked even more frantically, as if they wanted to save their brothers. As a result, they were all captured by Xiaoling Yu in less than an hour. What made Xiaoling Yu gloomy was that no matter how he threatened and tempted them, the flying divine pigs refused to acknowledge him as their master. However, when Xiaoling Yu thought of their deep brotherhood, he had a good idea. Xiaoling Yu moved 2 of the flying divine pigs out, then said to the other flying divine pigs, "If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I'll kill the 2 of them immediately. Can you just watch as your brothers are killed?" These flying divine pigs, who valued their brotherhood very much, had no choice but to obey under such threat. They could not watch their brothers die tragically in front of them. However, although they had acknowledged Xiaoling Yu as their master, these flying divine pigs did not show the loyalty they should have. They even looked at Xiaoling Yu with disgust. Although Xiaoling Yu could kill them immediately with just a thought, they did not have the slightest intention of pleasing their master. Xiaoling Yu ignored these flying divine pigs and continued to hunt according to the plan, while searching for the 7-star Pearl's Vine. After capturing another 10 divine King stage monsters, Xiaoling Yu decided to return. Even if he did not encounter any danger, his rationality told him that he could not stay in this area for too long. Just as he was about to leave the dangerous central area, an old woman in a black robe suddenly appeared in the void in the direction Xiaoling Yu was heading. Although the old woman was not far ahead and did not cover her face in any way, Xiaoling Yu still could not see her face clearly. What shocked Xiaoling Yu even more was that he could not detect the person's strength. He could not even detect a trace of her aura. With Xiaoling Yu's current level, even if a God Emperor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't be able to feel this way. In other words, this person could be even stronger than a God Emperor. Could it be the sacred god? Xiaoling Yu was even more shocked. While keeping his guard up, he did not know what to do. Just as Xiaoling Yu was feeling shocked and nervous, a white ball crawled out from the sleeve of the old woman's loose robe. The white ball could even jump on its own. It jumped onto the old woman's shoulder, and then suddenly released countless thin white threads. At the same time, an unusually cold aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. If Xiaoling Yu did not have the chaotic phantom fire circulating in his body, even he would have been frozen by the coldness. Icy Soul, Heavenly Silkworm. The shock in Xiaoling Yu's heart could not be any greater at this moment. Little ice, be good. Go back. The old woman was not affected by the cold aura. She even extended a palm and patted the Icy Soul, Heavenly Silkworm. The Icy Soul, Heavenly Silkworm did not return to the sleeve. Instead, it flew in front of Xiaoling Yu disobediently and circled around Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu could guess that the Icy Soul, Heavenly Silkworm was sensing his aura. It was also because his aura was very familiar that it flew over. Back in the demon realm, Qing Xian had said that the Icy Soul, Heavenly Silkworm was taken away by an extremely powerful old woman. The old woman also seemed very strange. However, she appeared in front of Xiaoling Yu in a flash and grabbed the Icy Soul, Heavenly Silkworm forcefully stuffing it into her sleeve. "Let my dozen or so children go," the old woman said, not allowing any refusal. Chapter 614. The ice-soul heavenly silkworm was put into the old woman's sleeve, and the icy cold aura in the surroundings disappeared at the same time. Xiaoling Yu's nervousness had eased a lot. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "Senior, those children of yours came to provoke me first." The old woman sneered and said, "So what?" Xiaoling Yu said, "Senior, even though you're powerful, you can't allow your children to act so wantonly, right?" The old woman suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Xiaoling Yu's neck before Xiaoling Yu could react. The old woman moved extremely quickly, and with Xiaoling Yu's current cultivation, he was unable to dodge at all. He had just realized that the old woman had made a move when her hand had already grabbed his neck, and a powerful divine energy sealed his cultivation. However, Xiaoling Yu's expression was still as calm as water, and he said calmly, "Senior, you better be careful. Your cultivation is profound, and if you accidentally strangle me to death, those children of yours will be buried with me." The old woman increased the strength of her hand when she heard this, and she said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Xiaoling Yu said indifferently, "This isn't a threat, it's advice, and it's also the truth." The old woman snorted coldly, and then withdrew her hand, and said, "What are your conditions? Speak." Xiaoling Yu said very calmly, "Aren't you courting death by discussing conditions with Senior? The current situation is very clear. No matter what, as long as I release those children of yours, Senior will immediately kill me." The old woman said, "As long as you release them, I won't kill you." Xiaoling Yu said, "Senior, are you willing to swear an oath for this?" The old woman nodded and said, "Yes." However, Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, "Senior, don't try to deceive me. If I'm not wrong, Senior is definitely a saint god expert. The sole oath you've sworn doesn't threaten or bind you at all. The saint god has already reached the peak of perfection in the god world, and he possesses the ability to deceive the workings of the heavens. Junior knows that." The old woman smiled and said, "You know quite a lot, and your eyesight isn't bad. Since you know that I'm the saint god, then you should know the price of offending the saint god." Xiaoling Yu said indifferently, "The saint god can't disregard the lives of a dozen children, right?" The old woman didn't seem to be very patient, and she asked directly, "What will it take for you to release them? Give me an explanation." Xiaoling Yu put on Xiaoling Yu's hand. "Senior, if you can return the silkworm, then I can give it to you." The old woman said in a very straightforward manner, "I can give you the silkworm, but you have to release my children immediately." Xiaoling Yu shook his head repeatedly and said, "You'll immediately take the silkworm back if I release your children, and you'll even kill me. I'm not that stupid." The old woman said with slight anger, "Then what do you want?" If Xiaoling Yu didn't have the lives of her children in his hands, then the old woman would definitely not waste her breath on him and would have attacked him a long time ago. The lives of those pigs were Xiaoling Yu's greatest reliance against the old woman, so he naturally couldn't give them up so easily. Xiaoling Yu replied, "Return the silkworm to me first, and I'll release your children after a while." "That's impossible." The old woman refused flatly and said, "I'll let you take care of my children for now. If they suffer even the slightest grievance or loss, then I'll let you know what regret feels like even if I have to sacrifice their lives." As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman's figure suddenly disappeared. The old woman didn't dare do anything to Xiaoling Yu because she was worried for her children's lives. However, Xiaoling Yu didn't dare do anything to her children because Xiaoling Yu wouldn't treat his own life as a joke. The old woman knew that even if she gave up the silkworm, Xiaoling Yu wouldn't release her children, so she wouldn't hand over the silkworm. Xiaoling Yu rubbed his neck, and then he shrugged before continuing to fly out of the floating Cataclysm mountain range. After such a huge accident occurred, Xiaoling Yu wasn't in the mood to go to the floating Cataclysm mountain range for a short period of time after returning to the wildfire's campsite. The wildfire's current territory was mainly the area that bordered the everlasting Joy Land and the floating Cataclysm mountain range. In this area, there were many mercenaries going back and forth between the various cities and the floating Cataclysm mountain range for missions all year round. So there were many bandits. With the strong support of close to 100 godly king stage demon beasts, the wildfire's advance was extremely fast. Any bandit or mercenary group that they targeted could only resist for an hour at most, and then they would either submit or be obliterated. At this time, Xiao Lingyu also changed the name of his organization. Xiao Lingyu's organization that was gradually growing stronger had a new name, and that was the Huamen. The reason why it was called the Huamen was because the enormous organization that he established in the immortal realm, based on the descendants of Earth, was also called the Huamen. Xiao Lingyu did not intend to use the Huamen to dominate the immortal realm, but his ambition was not small either. He wanted the Huamen to be able to reach every corner of the immortal realm. In the early stages of the Huamen's development, there were many things that they could do. While they were constantly growing, they also had to do some business. For example, the bandit groups were still robbing everywhere, the mercenary groups were still accepting missions, and the families that had sided with the Huamen were still doing business in the cities. It was worth mentioning that Guan Yiwei's ability was not bad. Although he was mainly responsible for persuading the large and small factions in the cities, when Xiao Lingyu was not around, he was also in charge of dispatching the godly king stage demon beasts. He managed the affairs of the Huamen very well. Every city only needed to find one faction to join the Huamen, and it could only be a medium-sized faction. This was relatively easy for Guan Yiwei to do. In any city, there would be no shortage of factions that were desperate to find a powerful backer. As time passed, the Huamen's organization began to take shape, and it was expanding at an astonishing speed. The Huamen's goal was to establish a network that covered the entire immortal realm. Although the Huamen's strength was not very strong in each area, in terms of overall strength, they were definitely not weak. Of course, according to the Huamen's development, even if there were Huamen cultivators all over the Chang'e realm, their overall strength would be far inferior to the Ko families, who controlled the Chang'e realm. Their control over the entire region could not be compared to the Ko families. Xiao Lingyu only wanted the Huamen's cultivators to cover the entire immortal realm. As for the strength of these cultivators, it was not his concern. Even if their cultivations were weak, as long as they were obedient and capable, it would be fine. When Xiao Lingyu entered the depths of the floating Su mountain range, the sloppy godly king from the Qi family of Duhu City had brought a number of experts from the Qi family to cause trouble. However, when 7 or 8 godly king stage demon beasts came out of the camp to fight, the sloppy godly king turned tail and fled. When Xiao Lingyu came back and heard about this, he only smiled. His grudge with the Qi family was mainly because of Qi Hongxian. Now that Qi Hongxian was dead, he was not in the mood to continue his grudge with the Qi family. The Qi family was not worth his time. After seeing Xiao Lingyu's strength, the Qi family would not dare to cause trouble again. Boss Xiao, we are now considered a powerful force. Should we change our base? Should we look for a high-class city and buy a piece of land? Hee, there is no need for that. As long as we are strong enough, we will be able to look good anywhere. Even if we are to stay here, we should at least make it look good. If you are bored, you could do whatever you want. We are not far from the Yong'an. Should we expand our base there? Let's not think about the Yong'an for now. Let's focus on the Chang'e land. After returning to the immortal realm, Xiao Lingyu still had to take care of the Huamen's affairs. He was very busy. He wanted to be a hands-off manager, but he was the one who started the Huamen. Naturally, he had to take responsibility. After settling the matters that had accumulated recently, Xiao Lingyu distributed the immortal king stage demonic beast that he had just brought out from the floating Su mountain range. Only then did he invite the flying divine pigs out. You will only have one task in the future, and that is to guard the Huamen's base. If anyone dares to slack off, I will kill one of you. Xiao Lingyu said to the 15 flying divine pigs mercilessly. Although the 15 black divine pigs still looked unconvinced on the surface, they were serious in their hearts. None of them wanted to implicate their brothers because of their mistakes. Not long after, the old lady appeared in the Hua Min's base, just as Shaolin Yu had expected. However, the old lady only looked at her children and did not negotiate with Shaolin Yu. In the hundreds of years that followed, the old lady would appear once every few days. This proved that she had not gone far and had always been watching over her children. Although it was extremely dangerous to be watched by a Saint God stage expert, Shaolin Yu ignored the old lady. He also told everyone in the Hua Min's base not to provoke the old lady. The reason why Shaolin Yu had the 15 flying divine pigs to guard the Hua Min's base was because he did not dare to let them go out and carry out their tasks. Secondly, he deliberately lured the old lady to the Hua Min's base. I wonder what the families in the God Realm would think if they knew that a Saint God stage expert frequently visited the Hua Min's base. Shaolin Yu thought to himself proudly. Just as Shaolin Yu was feeling proud, Guan Wei came over with a frown. Boss Shao, there's a very troublesome matter. I need you to deal with it personally. Guan Wei then explained the matter in detail. Shaolin Yu listened with a smile on his face. As the Hua Min's base grows stronger, we will definitely encounter problems like this. Some people who think they are very powerful will find trouble with us. Since they have delivered themselves to our doorstep, I will go and meet them. Chapter 615. Not long ago, a group of robbers from the Hua Min had robbed a group of passers-by. However, there was a God King stage expert among the passers-by, so the Hua Min's robbers suffered a great loss. This was a very normal thing. Many unlucky robbers in the divine world had been killed in this way. At that time, Zhou Jin happened to pass by with a few God King stage demonic beasts. The Hua Min's robbers wanted to take revenge on them, and they found them. There was only one God King among the robbers, so he was no match for several God King stage demonic beasts. In the end, he was eaten by a God King stage demonic beast. This was a very normal thing. It was not rare for a God King to be killed in the divine world. However, a big family claimed that the God King belonged to them, so they sent a large number of experts to kill him. Guan Wei had investigated the Ko family and found that they were indeed very powerful. It was said that the Ko family had nearly 100 God King stage experts. They were ranked first in Changchun City, a high-level city in the Changle territory. Even in the entire Changle territory, they were second only to the Ko family. Such a big family was not willing to be bullied by robbers, so it was reasonable for them to come after the Hua Min's robbers. The other party was very powerful and had been operating in the Changle city for many years. The Hua Min had just started, so they had to be careful. The reason why they dare to challenge us is that they must have done their research. Although we Hua Min have always been secretive in our actions, we are, after all, try to grow stronger quickly. There are many things that we can't cover up. They should have been able to find out something about us. This time, they are probably here to kill us. Guan Wei analyzed. Such a big family should be related to the Ko family, the owner of the Changle city, right? Shaolin Yu asked. In any big region, if a big family can grow to this extent, it must have something to do with the owner of the big region. Guan Wei said with certainty. Then, if we make this big family suffer, do you think the Ko family will come after us? Shaolin Yu asked again. Guan Wei's frown deepened. If the Ko family really came looking for trouble, what could the Hua Min use to defend themselves? Why don't we negotiate with them? Guan Wei said after pondering for a while. It depends on their attitude, Shaolin Yu said non-committally. The two of them flew for almost a month before they found Zhou Jin and the bandit group that had already submitted to the Hua Min. Boss, you're finally here. The main clan's people are searching for us nearby. We've been hiding in this dark cave, not daring to go out. Look at you. They haven't even found you, and you're already so scared. Before Zhang Hai could finish, Shaolin Yu had already finished speaking. Since we have met today, can we sit down and talk? Shaolin Yu said politely. What qualifications do you have to talk to the Meng family? If you don't want to be killed by us, you have to agree to 4 conditions. First, you have to return everything you took from the God King stage expert. Second, you have to hand over the murderer to the Meng family. Third, you have to remove the ownership of the God King stage demonic beasts and give them to the Meng family. Fourth, you have to compensate us with 2 million divine crystal stones. If you can't fulfill any of the 4 conditions, not only you, but the rest of you will be killed by the Meng family. The late God King stage expert sneered. Guan Yiwei's face sank when he heard the 4 conditions. He knew that Xiao Lingyu wouldn't agree to such conditions. After all, the Meng family only lost an early God King stage expert. Aren't you asking for a little too much? If that's the case, we'll have to experience the might of the greatest clan in Everspring City. Xiao Lingyu's expression was very natural, and his tone was very calm. He had already expected the Meng family to ask for an exorbitant price. He had no plans to negotiate with the Meng family when he came. If they compromised with the Meng family today, there would definitely be other large clans who would come looking for trouble in the future. Xiao Lingyu and Guan Yiwei both knew that they had to make an example out of this. You don't know what's good for you. Kill them. The late God King stage expert from the Meng family didn't have much patience and temper. When he heard Xiao Lingyu's words, he immediately waved his hand at the experts of the Meng family behind him. As a result, over 20 God Kings of the Meng family charged over with a large group of experts from the Meng family. When the two sides were only 300 meters away, the experts of the Meng family stopped and sent streaks of light towards the mountain. At the same time, Xiao Lingyu had already summoned Fudi. 2 domains were formed in an instant. Not only did it envelop the entire mountain, but it also enveloped all the experts of the Meng family. Under the dual domains of Xiao Lingyu and Fudi, the speed and power of the attacks of the Meng family were reduced by half. They couldn't pose a threat at all. Xiao Lingyu only needed to release a little of his aura to disperse the divine light. It was normal for the first attack to fail. However, the family John's cultivators below the God King stage were shocked to find that they were trapped in place by an invisible wave of energy. They couldn't move at all. The God Kings from the Meng family were even more shocked. Although they could move, their speed was greatly reduced. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp. Even the speed at which they circulated their energy was reduced to a minimum. How were they supposed to fight? Everyone knew that the gap between God Kings and God Emperors was hard to make up for with numbers. Even though Xiao Lingyu and Fudi weren't God Emperors, the gap between them and God Kings wasn't something that could be made up for with numbers. Xiao Lingyu didn't kill the experts of the Meng family. He just sealed their energy and brought them back to the headquarters of the Huaman. Although it was a good thing to kill all the experts of the Meng family in one go, the Meng family would definitely go crazy. Not to mention that there were many God Kings in the Meng family. If they didn't hesitate to ask for help from God Emperors, it would bring great danger to the Huaman. Unless there was no other choice, it was better not to act rashly. The Meng clan's reaction was very fast. Just 3 months later, they sent people over again. However, this time, there were only 3 people from the Meng family. 2 of them were just attendants. The one who came was also a late God King. It was obvious that the Meng family was here to negotiate, not to fight. Xiao Lingyu held the lives of nearly a quarter of the experts of the Meng family in his hands. The Meng family had no choice but to lower their stance. The negotiations went smoothly. The Meng family took out 2 million divine crystals in exchange for the imprisoned experts of the Meng family. They also promised not to be enemies with the Huaman. However, before they left, the expert from the Meng family who had come to negotiate asked Xiao Lingyu secretly, "We'll take out another 200,000 divine crystals in exchange for all the possessions of the God King from the Meng family who was killed before. I wonder if he'll give us some face." After all, those possessions are very meaningful to the God King's descendants, but they're not very useful to you. Chapter 616. Xiao Lingyu had lied. The interspatial ring was currently in his interspatial ring. If the other party was willing to pay 200,000 deity crystals for the interspatial ring, then its value would definitely exceed 200,000 deity crystals. As for why the other party said that it was important to the descendants of the Meng family's divine king, Xiao Lingyu felt that it was a stupid excuse. The other party couldn't be sure whether Xiao Lingyu was lying or not. After all, the Meng family had sent out a large number of experts to attack the Huang Min's bandit group. They had killed many people and looted many things from the bandits. However, the things they looted from the bandits were usually not handed over to the Meng family. Naturally, the Meng family couldn't be sure whether the interspatial ring was included in the loot. Even if the Meng family had obtained the interspatial ring, they wouldn't be willing to hand it over. The elders of the Meng family couldn't do anything about it. After all, no one would buy the interspatial ring, and they couldn't search their souls one by one. The people from the Meng family who had come to negotiate could only leave behind Sai and leave the magnificent gate with all the people they had imprisoned. After leaving the Huang Min's bandit group, the late-stage divine king, who had proposed 4 conditions to Xiao Lingyu, said to the Meng family's expert who had come to negotiate, "I think we should mobilize more people to annihilate this sect. If they could subdue so many of you in an instant, it would be useless to mobilize more people. Are we just going to let go like this? They robbed us first and killed one of our divine king experts. Now we have to pay 2 million deity crystals. What kind of bullshit asterisk T is this? Unless we ask for help from a divine emperor expert. But if they don't fear so many divine kings, I'm afraid that the person in charge is a divine emperor expert. Even if we pay a heavy price to ask for help from a divine emperor, we might not be able to get what we want. Then can we ask for help from the Ko family? Haha, we might as well ask for help from a divine emperor expert. Why? The Ko clan isn't being bullied by others. Just because we are a vassal of the Ko clan, do you think the Ko clan will send God Emperor experts to fight us? That's definitely impossible. Furthermore, inviting the Ko clan would only backfire. The Ko clan would most likely mediate between the two parties before trying their best to rope in the Huang Min. After all, we only lost a God King and lost 2 million deity crystals. The Huang Min, on the other hand, might be a superpower with a God Emperor expert. Why is it so complicated? Actually, it's not complicated at all. It's just that your thinking is too simple. There are many things in the divine world that are not as simple as they seem on the surface. I made a fortune. Inside the secret chamber, Xiao Lingyu's maniacal laughter shook the restrictions until they crackled. To the Meng family, the 7-star pearl vine might only be a rare top-grade material, but to Xiao Lingyu, it was a priceless treasure. After putting everything away, Xiao Lingyu walked out of the secret chamber. Although he tried to suppress his excitement, the smile on his face was still very obvious. Now that all the materials had been prepared, he could attempt the 7th revolution of the 9-revolution chaos formula. However, before that, he had to inform Zhou Jin, Guaniwei, and the others. With the 2 million divine crystals provided by the Meng family, the Huang Min would not have to worry about their finances for a period of time. With the divine crystals and a large number of divine kings, the Huang Min would not have any problems as long as they did not provoke the Ko family in the Yong'an. After informing them of some matters, Xiao Lingyu waited for a few more days. When the old lady appeared, he left the Huang Min's encampment and randomly chose a direction to fly in. After flying at his own speed for 3 days, he chose a place where there was no one. Xiao Lingyu took out his tube-shaped divine weapon and changed directions. After flying for a few more days, he stopped at the entrance of a cave in the floating Su mountain range. After entering the cave, Xiao Lingyu began to dig deeper into the ground. At the same time, he used rocks to seal the tunnel behind him. Xiao Lingyu only stopped when he reached the location of the underground magma. After traveling in the direction of the magma for an entire month, Xiao Lingyu finally found a crack that was just big enough for him to pass through. He leaned his body sideways and squeezed into it. This crack was very long. Xiao Lingyu only went a few thousand feet deep. Then he took out his divine weapon, the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron, and hid inside it. Originally, the location of the underground magma would not be discovered. It was safe enough for Xiao Lingyu to cultivate here. However, this was not an ordinary cultivation. He was trying to break through to the next realm. If he was disturbed, he might die on the spot. It was safer to hide inside the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. He sat down cross-legged and meditated quietly. Xiao Lingyu worked hard to raise his condition to the best possible level. He calmed his breathing and cleared his mind. Another 2 months passed before Xiao Lingyu began to deal with the materials he had bought previously. Just like the previous few times he broke through to the next realm, Xiao Lingyu was very well prepared this time. However, the success rate was still very low. With the previous experiences, Xiao Lingyu no longer believed in the success rate. He felt that it was either success or failure. The chances were 50-50. After dealing with the materials, he naturally had to restore his condition. A year after leaving the Huamin's encampment, Xiao Lingyu woke up from his meditation. Then, he piled up divine crystals around him. Using his palms, he released a suction force and absorbed all the divine power in the divine crystals into his meridians. The divine power flowed through his meridians and then gathered in his dantian. At this moment, the chaotic divine infant released waves of pure chaotic divine power, guiding the divine power that entered his body to form an energy whirlpool. It then used the chaotic phantom fire to burn the energy whirlpool and accelerate the transformation of the divine power into chaotic divine power. Just this simple process of absorbing energy and improving his cultivation took Xiao Lingyu close to 3 years. This was all thanks to his supreme-grade divine artifact body. His meridians were extremely tough, allowing a large amount of divine power to quickly pass through them without the danger of exploding. It was also thanks to the chaotic phantom fire's powerful might that accelerated the transformation of the divine power. Otherwise, this process of improving his cultivation would have taken a much longer time. All the materials had been used. When the energy contained in the chaotic divine infant exceeded the chaotic divine infant's control, the chaotic divine infant exploded. The 7th revolution of the 9-revolution Chaos Codex was the chaotic void phase. The void phase was the sublimation of the truths of heaven and earth and the truths of chaos that one had comprehended. This was a realm even more mysterious than the chaotic Tongxian stage. Only by truly comprehending those profound truths could one achieve the void phase. In other words, one could see through everything. What was illusory, and what was real. What was illusory could be real, and what was real could be illusory. Xiao Lingyu had successfully cultivated to the peak of the late-stage, chaotic Tongxian stage by continuously sinking into the inverse mystic stage. However, his comprehension of those profound truths was definitely much deeper than before the revolution. However, he was still far from being able to see through everything. Although breaking into the chaotic void phase did not require one to be able to see through everything, one must at least have the foundation to see through everything. Xiao Lingyu did not even know if he had that foundation. Even if he did not have that foundation, it was imperative for him to break into the chaotic void phase. Chapter 617. What was even worse was that the moment the golden soul pearl exploded, the inverse mystic realm actually followed, and the inner demon immediately took effect on his consciousness. Xiao Lingyu was already prepared for this. He first absorbed the 7-star pearl vine into his stomach, then began to focus on resisting the invasion of the inner demon. After the 7-star pearl vine sank into his body, it rapidly decomposed in a special energy that swept up the chaotic divine power that was scattered all over Xiao Lingyu's body and gathered in his dantian, helping Xiao Lingyu reform his chaotic divine nascent soul. The grayish-black metal piece constantly trembled as it absorbed Xiao Lingyu's exploding soul energy and helped Xiao Lingyu resolve the inner demon. With the grayish-black metal piece, Xiao Lingyu did not have to worry about the breakthrough of his soul. Without it, Xiao Lingyu would have been done for long ago. At the later levels of the 9 revolutions chaos mantra, if one did not have any special methods to help them, the chances of advancing were extremely slim with just their own cultivation. It was no wonder that no one had been able to cultivate the 9 revolutions chaos mantra to its peak after so many years. Just like what his master had said when he first taught him the cultivation method, Shaolin Yu had started cultivating too late, and his talent was ordinary. There's almost no hope for him to cultivate the 9 revolutions chaos mantra to its peak. His master had no choice but to teach him the cultivation method back then. He had even worriedly warned him that he had to find a successor. His master probably never thought that his disciple would be about to attempt the 7th revolution in such a short amount of time. Shaolin Yu vaguely remembered that his master had died after failing to attempt the 9th revolution. In other words, his master had stopped at the 8th revolution, and Shaolin Yu was not too far away from his cheat master's level back then. At this moment, he did not have the leisure to sigh about anything. He was completely focused on everything that was happening to him. Under the control of the 7-star Pearl Vine's energy, all the chaotic divine power in Shaolin Yu's body gathered in his dantian, then slowly gathered, compressed, and condensed. A new chaotic divine nascent soul gradually appeared. In his sea of consciousness, the soul energy had been completely absorbed by the grayish-black metal piece before being released. The greatest danger right now was not the chaotic divine nascent soul. With the help of the 7-star Pearl Rot Tan, condensing the chaotic divine nascent soul would not be a problem. The danger still lay in the fact that Shaolin Yu's cultivation had progressed too quickly, which had resulted in his cultivation being too low. At this moment, the pressure from his inner demon was a little too much for him to bear. According to his master's words, many ancestors of the 9 revolutions chaos mantra had died helplessly when attempting the 7th revolution chaos mantra. Even though Shaolin Yu had made ample preparations, with his chaotic divine infant having the 7-star Pearl Rot Tan and his soul having the grayish-black metal piece, if he did not have the white orb, he probably would have failed in his attempt. Their cultivation speed of 7 was many of the ancestors only attempted to break through to the chaotic void stage when they were certain that they had the foundation to see through everything. None of the ancestors were as well off as Shaolin Yu when they were in the chaotic void stage. Not only did he have 3 sane artifacts, but he also had the heaven-defying grayish-black metal piece. The white bead showed its power at Shaolin Yu's most dangerous moment. It constantly released waves of white light, suppressing the demonic nature in Shaolin Yu's body and helping Shaolin Yu resist the invasion of the heart demon. Originally, Shaolin Yu's cultivation level had always been his weakness when his soul collapsed and reformed. His resistance to the heart demon was not strong, so he would most likely fail and die like his ancestors. However, with the help of the white bead, he had hope of successfully breaking through. This was also the reason why Shaolin Yu was unwilling to give up the white bead. It was just too important to him. Resisting the heart demon was the key to breaking through to the chaotic void stage. No cultivator could tell whether the heart demon was real or fake. If you could see through it, it would be fake. If you couldn't see through it, it would be real. It would cost you your life. Seeing through the heart demon's mystery meant that a cultivator had the foundation to see through everything. Many of Shaolin Yu's ancestors rarely entered the inverse mystic realm when they were in the chaotic void stage. Thus, they rarely faced the heart demon. However, Shaolin Yu entered the inverse mystic realm whenever he cultivated during the chaotic void stage. He didn't even know how many heart demons he had seen. After seeing so many, he naturally saw through them. Although he couldn't tell whether the heart demon was real or fake, at least his resistance to it was far greater than other cultivators. In addition, the white bead suppressed the heart demon. Although the heart demon kept attacking Shaolin Yu's consciousness, Shaolin Yu was able to stay awake and control the cultivation in his dantian. There were 2 reasons why Shaolin Yu's ancestors failed when they tried to break through to the chaotic void stage. One was when their consciousness collapsed due to the heart demon's invasion. The other was when they barely resisted the heart demon's invasion, but their consciousness was unable to control the energy in their dantian. As a result, a new chaotic divine infant couldn't be formed, and they eventually exploded. Neither of these situations would happen to Xiaoling Yu. This meant that he was destined to succeed this time. Just when the white bead's power was almost exhausted and it was about to collapse, the heart demon finally disappeared. A soul golden bead emitting a 7-colored chaotic light shone brightly in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the chaotic divine infant in his dantian gathered and solidified again. On top of the chaotic divine infant's head, the original 6 little lotuses of different colors were replaced by 7 stars the size of dates. The 7 stars were also very mysterious and dazzling. They constantly rotated slowly, emitting waves of chaotic light that enveloped the chaotic divine infant. Xiaoling Yu opened his eyes and opened his palm. With a thought, a colorful rainbow of chaotic divine power shot out from his palm. Under his control, it flew around him. Xiaoling Yu could feel the energy contained in the rainbow. If it was used as an attack, its power would definitely surpass that of an ordinary supreme gray divine artifact. With a wave of his arm, the 7-colored rainbow dissipated, and he released the primal chaos phantom fire. With his cultivation level greatly improved, his ability to control fire naturally improved as well. He could control the chaotic dark shadow fire at will. Moreover, the improvement of the chaotic divine power in his body could also restrict the chaotic dark shadow fire. He didn't have to worry about the chaotic dark shadow fire's power being completely exposed and damaging his body. After absorbing the chaotic dark shadow fire into his body, Xiaoling Yu took out the yin-yang mirror and poured his power into it. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that this time, he used up all of his power and exploded more than half of his blood crystals to release the 4 illusory monsters from the yin-yang mirror. However, it was worth it to use so much power because the 4 illusory monsters all had the aura of an early-stage God Emperor, just as he expected. Xiaoling Yu was very satisfied with the improvement this time. After putting away the yin-yang mirror, he began to absorb and convert the energy in the divine crystals to recover his power and save up the blood crystals. After he had fully recovered, he used a full 3 months to familiarize himself with his cultivation level before leaving the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. However, as soon as he came out, he was shocked because the old lady had come here without him knowing and was staring at the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. The old lady was still wrapped in a black robe. When she saw Xiaoling Yu come out and looked at Xiaoling Yu, she could not help but exclaim in surprise, "No wonder you hid so well." It turns out that you were trying to break through. TSK, not bad. It's not easy to cultivate the chaotic force to this level. Haha, senior is too kind. Xiaoling Yu waved his hand and kept the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. You even have a saint weapon, and you seem to have cultivated a very advanced chaotic technique. If I'm not wrong, you either have an expert behind you, or you've obtained the inheritance of an expert. The old lady narrowed her eyes and said, "Senior's eyes are as sharp as torches. You even saw through this." Xiaoling Yu did not deny it. After all, denying it would not benefit him at all. If he admitted it, it might make the old lady more cautious. However, the old lady thought to herself, if this kid has an expert behind him, he will become a saint god expert sooner or later if he continues to cultivate like this. At that time, my dozen or so children will not have the chance to remove the ownership. But I can't do anything to him now. What should I do? The old lady could not think of a better solution for a long time. She simply disappeared in front of Xiaoling Yu. Phew! Xiaoling Yu heaved a long sigh of relief, and his mood relaxed a little. After leaving the underground magma, Xiaoling Yu returned to the Huamin's residence. Xiaoling Yu did not leave for too long, so the Huamin did not change much. Before he left, he also told everyone that the Huamin should keep a low profile while he was away. After returning to the Huamin's residence, Xiaoling Yu did not care much about the Huamin. Instead, he used the power of the primal nether flame to refine the 3 saint weapons. Less than 2 years after Xiao Lingyu returned to the Huang Min's residence, Guan Yiwei came to see him. "There's something I need to tell Boss Xiao. 3 days ago, the city lord of Duhu City told us that the Ko family's marriage proposal team is about to arrive. The city lord's manor has requested that all of the large families in Duhu City send out some people to clear out all the bandits from Duhu City to the floating Su mountain range. They are also to protect the marriage proposal team as they cross the floating Su mountain range and enter the Yong, and shouldn't our Huang Min be a little more restrained?" Guan Yiwei said after entering the secret room. "The Ko family's marriage proposal team? Why are they going to the Yong'an?" Xiao Lingyu asked, puzzled. "It said that the Ko family is going to marry the family Jiang of Yong'an. The two families seem to have reached an agreement. That's why the Ko family is going to the Yong'an city with such great fanfare. Along the way, there are festive music playing. There are also 99 God King stage experts attacking the void. They're using their skills to create explosions in the air to replace the fireworks. The Ko family also requested that the marriage proposal team pass through every city, that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."